Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third day of the Adapt International Convention 2021. My name is John, and I will be your host today in room number 3. I want to tell you guys how excited I am for day 3 because the first 2 days was absolutely amazing. And I actually want to hear what you guys think. So head on to the comment section and let us know what you are looking forward to in today's session. So, without further ado, let us welcome the first speaker of today. Let's go.
I'm Joyan and I am a self-image empowerment coach. I am a speaker and I host my weekly podcast called Find Joy with Joyan. You can find it on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And there's only one main goal for my session today. It's to help you understand the power of your self-image and how it is shaping your entire life. Let me ask you, have you ever in your life, you found yourself learning something new, a skill or something, or you read a book, you go for an event, and you get very excited to apply the things that you learned. But somehow you are really struggling with following through. Or you get some results, but the results just don't last. In this session, you will find out why. But before we start, who am I to teach you this? So I discovered the power of self-image when I was all depressed, completely lost and suicidal as a young woman. I dived deep into the psychology of self-image and it truly transformed my life completely and forever. So I was actually working as a fashion stylist and image consultant. So I spent years working with people on their external image and on the outside world, what people see, I was happy, I was passionate, I achieved things, I was successful, and my friends and family, they were so proud of me because they think I have figured it out. But did I? It was just a perfect image. Deep inside, what nobody knew, I was sad, I was lost, I felt a deep sense of emptiness, I didn't know who I was and why am I here, and I almost didn't want my life. So it was a complete, totally different world. So I realized that no amount of changing our external image is going to bring us any closer to really knowing ourselves and connecting to our true authentic self. But don't get me wrong, I love fashion and I still love fashion. But what I'm saying is that it starts from here. At the core of everything we do, our own relationship with ourselves ultimately decides how we choose to show up to the world and how we respond to the things around us. And it all comes down to your self-image. So that is how I then discovered the power of self-image and I became obsessed with it and I dived deep into, and my passion and purpose now is to empower others to shine through their own identity, be empowered with clarity, confidence and courage in how they choose to show up every day. So your self-image is not your external image, it's your internal image of yourself. You see, you and I, we all have an image of ourselves. And this image is not the external image. It's not just what you see in the mirror. What you see in the mirror, that is the reflection of your physical being. But that is not how you see you. How you see you is in your mind. It's who you think you are. It's your own perception and conception of yourself and how you feel about yourself when no one is around. It's not who you think you are that holds you back. It's who you think you are not. So once you elevate your self-image, you will be able to achieve some of these goals. You will be able to lose weight if you have been trying to lose weight, or if that is your goal, you will quit a bad habit. You will increase your confidence from the inside. You will also break through your financial threshold, or you will start your own business if you want to. And you will attract amazing things and people into your life. Because your self-image determines how much money you make, the quality of your life, your relationship with people, the position you hold, how happy you are, your physical appearance. Yes, although I know I said your self-image is not about your physical appearance, but once you transform your self-image, you will present yourself differently and you will show up confidently. True. Your health and your well-being, your confidence level, and what you do and don't do in life. And basically, it determines everything. Because ultimately, if you're going to have lasting changes, and I'm talking about lasting changes in anything, you are really talking about changing your self-image, your identity of yourself, your own definition of who you are. Think about it. Lasting changes is different from a goal. Sometimes you get to a goal, but the results don't last. Or sometimes I say, you don't even achieve your goal, and you're just really struggling with following through. Why? It's because your current self-image is leading the way and it doesn't allow you to reach your goal. Say for example, just like setting your New Year resolutions. How many of you here set your New Year resolution? It's exciting to set them on the first day of the year, it's a new beginning. This year I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But most of the time, you don't make them happen. Right? And yeah, it's kind of disappointing, but you also kind of know it's not going to happen, right? But once you change your self-image first, this is who I am and this is what I'm going to do, you will find a way to make it happen. Always. Maybe at one point in time, you were not someone who go to the gym, but now you do. So what changed? Your self-image, the way you see yourself. And one thing I can be sure is that your physical body today, whether you work out or not, is a reflection of only one thing. Your self-image. Not your goals, but your self-image. Even if your finances, why is it that some people, they stay broke, and even if they won the lottery, they always go back to where they were before winning the lottery? And why is it some people, even though their businesses collapse, they always find a way to rebuild their wealth? Because people who make money will always find a way to make money, no matter what. So it's the inner game. And it all comes down to the inner game. And what do I mean by inner game? Maybe you have been trying to change something in your life and you kept telling yourself that you should. And one day, something happened. Something shifted inside you. Something took you over. And inside yourself, you said no more. It was a very different experience, wasn't it? And it doesn't really take any willpower anymore because somewhere you make this shift and it becomes part of your identity and you follow through on who you believe you are. And we'll always act consistent with who we believe we are. Because the strongest force in human personality is the need to stay consistent with how we define ourselves. If you define yourself as somebody who is conservative and always play safe, you are not going to do something crazy, isn't it? Unless you are really drunk and then you say, oh, it's alcohol. But is it really the alcohol? Or is it really just you giving yourself the permission to expand yourself and do what you believe wasn't possible for you? On the other hand, if you're crazy and playful and outrageous, you are not going to do some boring stuff, right? We often make a decision since young because the self-image is being shaped since young of what to believe about what you are capable of, about who you are as a person, and that becomes a glass ceiling for a lot of us that limit us. And once you decided that you are not capable of doing certain things, that becomes your self-image, and which is why you don't try anymore. Because it's just who I am, and it's just the way it is in my life. So if I may, I would like to invite you to take a look at any area of your life that you have got a limitation or you just couldn't break through, or you often find yourself struggling with. When did you accept the limitation, and is that really who you are? So now I want you to ask yourself these 3 questions. First, how your self-image is formed from the past. Second, what stories are you telling yourself? And third, how good you are at believing they are true. If you don't consciously create your self-image, you will continue to get the same results over and over again. And this is why you keep making the same amount of income every single month. This is why you work so hard to lose weight only to gain it back. This is why you face the same problem every single time. You have the same feelings and emotions every single day. You live the same quality of life. and you keep attracting the same type of people and relationship and situation that doesn't necessarily be right for you. Yes, even if you're comfortable with where you are at, but if you stay in the same place long enough, you will feel stagnant. Because as a spiritual being, you are supposed to grow physically, mentally, and spiritually. Think about it. This is science. Your hair, your nails, your muscles, your cells, they are growing. They are moving every single second. So why are you not? So what I'm trying to say is that don't let your current results control your thinking. If you let your current results dominate your life, you are going to have repeated performance. So your job is to expand your self-image. And one of my students, after working together on building her self-image, she said, I will be coming back with a lot more positive results and I can't wait to share with you. In fact, she gotten her results very fast. Because the moment you change the way you see yourself, you change the way you show up, you change your life. So here is the good news, along with some tough love. Yes, I might not say things that you want to hear, but I will tell you what you need to know. Because I'm not here to make you feel better. I'm here to make you better. And there is a difference. So my students who have worked with me, they know I don't always give them what they want, but I always give them what they need. And that is the ultimate self-love. Self-love is not always about doing the things that makes you feel better, but doing the things that will make you a better person, a better version of yourself. And I always say, self-discipline is the highest form of self-love. So it's time to start building a more positive, confident, and empowered self-image, and it all starts with you. Because your self-image comes from you. Think about it. The reason it's called self-image, self-worth, self-esteem, self-confidence, self-identity, self-love, it all starts with a self. It all starts with you and it ends with you, and it's all within you. So now let's find out your current self-image. It's very simple. All you have to do is look at all aspects of your life and take a look at the results you are getting in your life right now. Your relationship, your health, your body, your physical appearance, your income, what you do at work, the position you hold, all these things that you can measure. Because they are all the results of the outer expressions of your inner self-image. You see, one of the biggest mistakes that most people make is to go outside for solution first. When the first step they should have taken is to look a little closer and go inward to find the solution. Perhaps you have tried many different types of weight loss. You have bought many different courses. You have watched a ton of YouTube videos. You attend a ton of events on how to increase your confidence, on how to make more money, this and that, and nothing changes. Nothing changes. I know because I have experienced that too in the past. Even when I make extra income, I will find ways to spend it. I will buy stupid stuff, or all of a sudden I receive an extra bill because my old self-image didn't allow me to make more money than what subconsciously I think I deserve. This is why in the beginning I said, if you don't consciously create and expand your self-image, you will always be working against yourself. And you always find ways to sabotage yourself. Let me give you some examples to help you better understand this idea. So let's say if your goal is to lose weight, but no matter how hard you tried, how many different techniques you tried, if deep inside you have a self-image that is not aligned with what you want to achieve, do you think you will achieve your goal? Let me give you a metaphor that will make sense to you. So let's say now that you are in a room with a temperature of 70 degrees. So 70 degrees is your current self-image, not your goal. 70 degrees is the amount of income that you are making every month. 70 degrees is the amount of passion and love that you have in your personal relationship. 70 degrees is the amount of focus, energy, and effort that you put into your work, your business, or your studies. Again, not your goal. It's what you are comfortable with. So now let's say the temperature drops to 60 degrees. Now what happens? Your brain goes, hey, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be at 70 degrees. What am I doing here at 60 degrees? And then what do? While you work your way back up to 70 degrees, back to where you think you are supposed to be. Let me know how many of you here have ever in your life, whether it's your income or relationship or health, where it dropped below your standard and you felt it's not good enough and subconsciously you know you needed to do something about it to bring it back up again. And then one day, the heater kicks on. You feel there's an amazing drive and motivation and you want to do something about it. Maybe you attend an event, you attend a talk, and you feel inspired to do something or, to start your own business, for example. Or how about this, like the example that I have given you earlier. You work so hard at the gym, you eat healthy for weeks, and you achieve your ideal weight, and now you achieve your goal. You are at 90 degrees. And all of a sudden, your brain goes, hey, you are not supposed to be here. You are a 70 degrees, not 90 degrees. Who do you think you are? Does it sound familiar to any of you? So you realize you are now outside your comfort zone. This doesn't align with your self-image. So you say to yourself, not consciously, but subconsciously, this is not really me. I don't deserve this. I'm not worthy. Then what do? Well, you do things to sabotage yourself. You stop doing the things that get you here in the first place. You stop going to the gym, and then the next thing you know, you are back to 70 degrees again. So your whole life is a reflection of your self-image. The image you hold of yourself determines your success and your failure. It determines what you do and what you don't do in life. And we become prisoners of our own self-image. Which is why we do things that deep down we know is not good for us or good for others. Because we all act consistent with who we believe we are. The word that you attach with I am is very powerful because you define yourself simply by saying I'm this, I'm that, I'm not this, I'm not that. And when you say that to yourself long enough, you believe it's true even when it's not. Back then, the one thing that I used to say conveniently was that I'm lost and I'm depressed and I'm a failure. And that was my favorite thing to say. And guess what? I was only becoming more and more lost and more depressed. We all act consistent with who we believe we are. If you only take one thing from this session, this is one of the most important things I hope you will remember for the rest of your life because it truly can change your life by changing your self-image first. And once you transform your self-image, achieving your goals and creating a life you dream of becomes easier and with the least resistance. Because the truth is, we all can learn all the how-to. How to start a business, how to lose weight, how to start living a healthy lifestyle, how to make more money. There's so many people out there who can teach you how to do all these things. But if you don't see yourself as an entrepreneur, then you won't start a business. If deep down, you don't believe you deserve to have more money, or you have limiting beliefs around money, then you will never going to be making the amount of money that you desire. So the how-to is not the problem, but that is the first place that everybody goes. That is the first place that everybody looks. How do I do this? How do I do that? So instead of asking yourself how to do this and that, ask yourself, who do I need to be to do this? Who do I need to be to achieve that? It's not the how, but the who. Which is why I devoted my time and energy and my life to this work and help other people like yourself to create lasting changes for yourself by transforming your self-image first. I have taught many how to stop self-sabotaging and finally step into the powerful and limitless being you are born to be. So I want you to ask yourself now. It's a tough question, by the way. Why don't you have it yet? Everything you want, your goals, the ideal weight, starting on business, growing your business, your desired income, getting into a relationship, the relationship you want, the life you want. What is one thing you really want? What is it that you really, really want? I know if you are watching this and you are still with me, you know what you are capable of, but you are holding yourself back. You are playing yourself small. So are you ready to transform your self-image to create effortless actions and results instead of always working against yourself? And there's no right or wrong, but the problem is that, most of us, we trap ourselves in an old self-image and never really update who we are today. We update our phone, we update our computers, we update all the software that we use, but we never really update who we are. So when you go and learn a new skill, you are still gonna stuck in this self-image. This is who I am, and that is why you never surpass it. Think about it. If you are still thinking like the old version of yourself, how are you going to get new results? Because the self-image is a self-fulfilling prophecy, so it will never let you act in a way that is inconsistent with it. And you are always going to prove yourself right and act against the version, and which is why it creates a lot of resistance and discomfort. And you struggle with following through. But the process of transforming your self-image, it doesn't happen overnight. Now that you are aware, again, self-awareness is the very first step. It's what you do next that will determine how you are going to consciously change your life. Knowledge is only potential power. It's your abilities and your responsibilities to take actions with what you know towards building your positive, confident, and empowered self-image on purpose and with conscious awareness. It takes your commitment to yourself and getting the right support. So, if any of you love what I just talked about, and you want all these things, and you want the same transformation, you want to overcome the fear of not being good enough, you want to overcome low self-confidence, low self-esteem, not being consistent, feeling stuck, not achieving your goals, and you seriously want to improve your self-image, and you want to change the way you see yourself in a good way, then here is how we can work together. You can go to my website, joyanchan.com, and book a free discovery call with me. Or you can find me on Instagram, Facebook, or LinkedIn. I am everywhere, and I look forward to connecting with you and helping you transform your self-image so that you can achieve lasting changes and results and attain it with peace, joy, and flow. Again, my name is Joyan Chan. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in my other live sessions in the future.
This is Jasmine from July IQI. Welcome to Adapt. Today I'm going to share with you a topic which is social media marketing tactics that you shouldn't miss in 2022, which is next year. Alright, so let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Jasmine. I'm the Senior Performance Marketing Executive and the Team Lead in July IQI in their Digital Marketing Department. So my main task is to manage the digital marketing team, especially on the social media management and also on the paid ads. And other than that, I also do training online and physically. So before we dive into these topics, the social media tactics that you should know for next year, before that we should know about what are the popular social media platforms that are being used globally. Okay, so as you can see from the screen here, you can see the top one that is the most popular is Facebook, and other than that you can see there is YouTube, and if we skip the Messenger and WhatsApp, we can see Instagram, and later on we can see WeChat, TikTok, and so on and so forth. So from this chart here, we can see it's not that Facebook is not the main social media platform, but it's just one of the top platform. Other than that, other social media platforms are also very popular among their audience as well. As you can see there, YouTube and Instagram also has a lot of audience. So why do I want to bring it over here is because it brings to my first point, which is diversify. Okay, because in this era, people do not just use one social media platform. Everyone on their cell phone, normally they will have more than one social media platform that they are using. Either it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or maybe even YouTube. So that's why it's very important for you as a business owner or as a digital marketer, you should learn to diversify. Okay, it's very important to use different social media to showcase your brand and your products or the service that you are providing. Okay, and one of the most important reasons behind it is because of the customer journey. Okay, because imagine what would you do when you are interested in a certain product. Probably when I see a product, for me, maybe I will see an influencer introduce a camera on her social media platform, and then I feel interested. And then what do I do next? Maybe I will go to Google to search for the model of the camera to look for more information, or maybe I will search on YouTube to see how other people use it, or any other hacks or tips on using this camera, or any reviews of the camera. And other than that, what do I do? Maybe I will go to TikTok to find the related video that's shot by the camera or people who are introducing the camera, or maybe I'll go to Facebook to check out their Facebook fan page to know more about the brand of the camera. So there are many different ways that I can search for for the information of the product that I'm interested in as a consumer. So as a business owner or as a brand, what you have to do is you have to be everywhere so that people will be having higher chance to see you, to see your presence in different places. That's why diversifying your social media platform is very important. Alright, and so you can see this is a customer journey. Like I said just now, people engage with a product not just on one platform. They might engage with a brand or a product in multiple platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Google, so on and so forth. So if you have the ability, if you have the resources, definitely you want to have more than one platform. You have to build your presence in more than one platforms. And another thing is very also important is because do not put all your eggs in one basket. Because can you imagine if someone relies so heavily on just one platform, let's say a KOL who is very heavily relying on just Instagram, and one day Instagram decided to disable her account, and can you imagine, like, her whole career life is just gone in 1 second. Okay, but if she built her presence in multiple platforms, then even without Instagram, she can still survive and she can still thrive. So that is why don't put all your eggs in one basket. Put your eggs in different baskets to meet different audience and to meet different customers, and to increase the chances of you closing more sales. Alright, so this is my first point, diversifying your social media platform. Okay, so what you can do with this, the action idea is open a new account in an untouched social media platform, share your content over there, and consistently for 1 month. And I believe you will see some results after 1 month. Alright? Okay, number 2, adapt to the medium. Okay, so as I said just now, we definitely want to diversify our social media platform. We want to have our presence in more than one platform. But don't forget, you have to adapt to the medium. You have to follow the rules of the medium. You have to follow the behavior, the language of the social media platform. Alright? Okay, so this is a very good example I saw a while ago. Okay, so for example, for Instagram, for Facebook, for Twitter, for Pinterest, for LinkedIn and YouTube, different platforms has different way of expressing themselves. Like, as for example, for Pinterest, it's more like a hack ideas or tips sharing platform. So the content you share over there definitely is like more value giving kind of content. And for Instagram, it's more aesthetically pleasing pictures or videos or short videos. And for YouTube, it's like more informative tutorials informative tutorials kind of video. Okay, so different platforms you have to follow their language. Not like one content you use for this platform and then you are going to copy paste the same thing, same format, same language to multiple platforms, and this doesn't work at all. What you have to do is you have to repurpose the content. Yes, you have this content. Let's say you have this long video that you post on YouTube. What you have to do is you can maybe cut the YouTube clips into shorter clips and then upload to Facebook or Instagram or maybe to TikTok. Or you can maybe take some of the points to make it into an infographic or quotes to post on different social media platform that suits the audience inside the platform. Okay? Yes. So definitely you need to understand the audience of the dedicated social media platform, and then you have to adjust the content style and the format of the content. Okay? Yes. So these are some of the examples. Like for Facebook, you can post about news, quotes, experience sharing, information sharing. For Instagram, mostly are aesthetically pleasing content. And for LinkedIn, it's more like professional image, industry updates. For YouTube, it's video, tutorial, lifestyle. For TikTok, just for fun. And lastly, for Twitter, it's quick tips and news and quote. Okay, so these are the different format, different pattern that you can follow for different social media platform. Okay, so the challenge for you here is repurpose your content. Yes, you have a lot of content, and what you should do is diversify it into different platforms and then repurpose it. Not just copy and paste to different platforms. You definitely have to do some work on it by repurposing it. Okay, so you have to post your content differently on different social media platforms following the language of the social media platform. Okay, so these are my second point. The first point is diversify. The second point is you have to adapt to the medium, right? Okay, yes. And now we come to the third point, which is the trendy place for Generation Z, which is TikTok and Instagram. For brands or business owner which you want to reach a younger generation, you definitely want to tap on TikTok and Instagram. Okay, and you might wonder what you can do on TikTok. Actually, there are tons of things that you can do, but most probably it will just for fun. Okay, for example, you can create content and be an influencer, and then you can even run ads on TikTok. And actually, we ran a few ads on TikTok, and the result is really great. If you are really interested in running TikTok ads, we strongly recommend you to do it. Alright, and also it can build another footprint for your brand, a younger brand identity on TikTok. Okay,
only got $20 in my pocket. I'm looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome. I'm gonna pop some cash.
As well, you can just utilize trendy music to do the content on TikTok. Okay? And for example A, you can watch the video here. Okay. Yes, it's a very short and fun video, but it has a lot of creativity to build the brand identity on their brand. Okay, and it also allows the audience to know their employees, which directly, indirectly to increase the trust on their brand. So for your brand as well, no matter what you are doing as a brand, you are a hiring agency or you are a service company or you are a cosmetic company, there are many different ways you can promote your brands on TikTok. Just that it depends on how you want to do it and how do you want to do it in a very creative way. Okay, so next, how to increase followers on TikTok. Number one thing that never fails is giveaway. So you can do giveaway to increase the impression, brand awareness, and followers. And for our Agtech Global, what we do is last time we did a video to give away. So what we do is we challenge the people to do a video like this with different IQI, and then they will stand a chance to win the giveaway. And within 2 weeks, we have gained 18K views for our TikTok. And our followers also increased from 13 to 100. So this is something that you guys can try in a very affordable way. Okay, number 4, influencer marketing. Influencer marketing doesn't mean that it is a very expensive influencer marketing. It can be a very affordable one as well. And influencer marketing sometimes is also very effective and efficient because these people, they have already very strong database, very strong followers who are following them. So when you are go through one KOL, maybe you are speaking to their pool of audience. If one KOL has 10,000 of followers, you are basically speaking, if you have 10 KOL, you are speaking to more than 100k of followers. But make sure that the followers are legit, okay? So doesn't mean that you have to find the macro influencers. You can also find the nano influencer or the micro influencer who has less than 50k followers. Sometimes even these influencers, their audience might be more quality than the macro influencers as well. So this one you have to check by yourself to see their engagement and to see the comments on their posts to see whether it is legit or not. Okay, so lastly, let me recap. To do well, to thrive next year in terms of social media marketing, you definitely want to try these 4 tips, which are: number 1, diversify your social media strategy; number 2, adapt to the medium; number 3, explore the trend for Generation Z, which is TikTok and Instagram Reel; and number 4 is influencer marketing. Okay, so that's all from me today. I hope you enjoy the session and I hope that it gives you some values from the session today. And if you have any feedback or any advice or any results after hearing my session today, feel free to share with me by engaging with me on my LinkedIn. You can scan the QR code here to get in touch with me. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
Welcome to Adapt 2021. So I'm Chia, the senior copywriter and also content lead of July IQI. And today, Adapt, I'm going to share you about can AI help in copywriting. Excited, right? So let's go in detail. So before we start in discussing it further, I would like to introduce myself. So I'm Seven. I'm a content lead in July IQI that mainly handling the content strategy management and also the strategize wise. Okay, so previously I was a journalist, editor, online marketing executive, and now a content lead. In this whole journey of 7 years, actually I found out how content marketing is powerful and also how a good copywriter can help your company. But when we mention about content marketing is powerful, the real life is it's very hard to find a good copywriter in the market. So, in past 5 years, AI is the hottest topic in technology. And in past 2 years, when AI go to content, we start to think about can AI help in the writing? Can AI help us in the copywriting? So this is why I'm discussing this to you guys today. Okay, so the next, before we go in, can AI help? We define copywriting first, okay? So copywriting, the official definition is a strategy of creating a persuasive content for marketing or sales which can generate a sales. Okay, so it didn't mean that it's a short copy or it's a long copy. It depends on like what form and where you are. So for example, for short copy, we have like ads copy, ads headline, video description or video headline. And for like slightly longer content, we have like company bio, we have like EDM content, and other also like web page, and so far and so on. And for like longest one, we have blog article, and also for sure SEO article is always the longest format because we're aiming for like 2,000 words and above. So this is all the content can be great for copywriting. And they can generate sales, they are considered copywriting. And the next part, we're going to discuss about AI. Okay, before that, let me discuss on how to create a good copywriting. Because a lot of people actually ask me, like in the past 7 years, like, hey, Seven, how you can define like good copywriting or how you create a good content for copywriting. So this, I separate it to 4 steps, simple steps, so that we can understand together about how to create copywriting before we understand how AI helps. So the first step is actually, before you create any content, you have to understand your business and your audience. So understand what is your business doing, how your business profit, and then also who is the target audience of those business. Okay? And the next part, after you understand the business and audience, you can understand like actually what are they caring for, because you know them as an audience. So now you know what is they care for. And then you come out the core idea for your content, core idea or aka title for your content. And you have sort of content structure. Because when you have title, you already in your mind have some draft about the content structure, how to make this article or this content persuasive enough to persuade my audience. So this is the core idea and also the content structure you come out for your copywriting. And the third step, after you have the core idea, core structure, you start writing it. For sure, when we write, the first draft is not that perfect. So we are going to edit it also second time or third time to make it perfect, persuasive enough to show to our audience. And the fourth step, and most important as most people also ignore this step, is distribute the content to the correct location and the correct audience. Location, I mean like press or newspaper or TV or social media like Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. And the audience like to show to the correct audience. Because a lot of people will stop in the writing and editing, they publish the content, but they didn't really take a good care of it, distribute to a correct location. Like let's say you write a press news, you might publish in an IG story. Wow, that is not really make sense. People didn't look for a press news in IG story, right? So that's why you need to make sure the content you distribute to the correct people. And this step, honestly, we work as a copywriter, we work together with marketing team a lot to make sure the number 4 step, which is distribution, is correct and also distributed to the correct audience and also the platform. So this is the 4 key steps to create a good copywriting. And after that, we can go to the point of AI. Okay, AI is what? So the definition of AI, you can check it out actually a lot in internet. So I'm not going to explain what is AI here because we have shorter time. So you can just search in Google or other search engine, search about what is AI. You can find like either article, infographic, or even video is describing or explain about what is AI. So we are going to straight to the point to AI and copywriting. So as you can see in the slide, in recently 5 years, AI is actually have a lot of tools that helping us in the copywriting, so that appear as an assistant tools for us. So what is the tools here? So some example here, Google Translate and also DeepL, we using a lot for translation. Okay, so talking about Google Translate, there's an interesting experience I want to share with you guys. I hope Google didn't hate me for that. So I was a journalist, right, in the past 5 years ago. So during that time, I'm in Malaysia actually. So all the press news we receive either in English or Malay. But I'm working for a Chinese newspaper. So we need to translate a lot those press releases to Chinese language so my audience can absorb it, can read it. That's why in that time, actually, I already start looking for like some tools to easier my daily tasks. And Google Translate come to me as a first choice because they are the largest company, and also I think they are also top of the translation tools that time. So I using Google Translate to translate, but the outcome didn't go really well, I must say honestly, 5 years ago . So when I paste a paragraph or like an article there, the translation outcome sometimes is not accurate, or even worse, it go to another definition, like another meaning already. It didn't reflect the article, it reflect the press news. Okay, so that time, 5 years ago, I can only translate like very short sentence like this short, or even just a phrase of words in Google Translate. But after 5 years, recently when I use Google Translate, wow, they are so amazing. So in the recent 2-3 years with the AI help, Google Translate and DeepL, actually now it can catch simple article translation like maybe that long. You just paste it in, they can get almost like 80 to 90% correctly. But somehow some like culture different, because when you translate different language, it involves culture difference, right? So the culture difference, you need to do a manual edit on that part. But in overall, 80 to 90% for that particular article, they get it quite correct in a quite short time. I mean short time like with less than 1 minute sometime. Okay, so it really impressed me. So it helps us actually to shorten our time of working. Because imagine you have to translate like 4 articles in like 2 hours. With yourself, manpower, maybe it sounds difficult. But with the AI help, like Google Translate or Deep Help, actually you can faster the process. You paste it in, you get the 80% correct version, you read it the original content again, edit the translated version. So it will faster your process actually. And other tools that I suggest here like Grammarly and then Pro, the ads help, Pro writing ads is for grammar help, and also other like Qboard is about the refreshing the content, and also the transcription tools, so the script tools there. So this is some of the example I am using now, but it still have a lot such assistant tools in the market. So you guys might export it later also in the like search engine. You just search like translation tools, you can come out a lot of options. Okay, so this is the assisting tools. And the next slide, we are going to discuss also in recent 2 years, the AI start to connect with the content field. And now a lot company mention that they have AI writer, which means you can use AI to write an article. And all your copywriting, all your ads copy, video content and everything. So they claim to. So this is some of the platform, although it's a lot, but it's some of the platform that I explored recently, 1 year. So beside that, there's the 3-1 for Chinese with the Chinese character there is for Chinese. The rest is major language is still English. And then some of them actually claim that they have like 20 plus language of AI writer, but I'm not sure for other language like Japanese or whatever, you guys can try it on. So this is the AI writer now in this market in the recent 2 years. So our question is, can those AI writer here, 20 platform, can help us do the copywriting so we no need to see for an in-house copywriter, so I just go to subscribe AI writer and then I just throw whatever in and it generate content. Is it possible or is it can be done? After exploring this platform, I come up like some pros and cons that I wish to share with you guys. So the pro of this AI writer actually honestly for first is if you have a huge copy, you have bulk copy, a lot content, like let's say you are looking for like 100 advertising content. Okay, so if it's this situation, AI writer can help to generate content in a very short time. So you no need to face the time frame stretch. But it still have the disadvantage. I will share you guys next slide. And then the second advantage is about shorter times, like I say in the above point. Because those AI writer, imagine it's just like Google Translate. You tell them what to write, the structure, what is it about, what's to promote and everything. You feed them with those content. And then the next step, you just need to click and generate the content. And the general process is so impressive. I mean, like they can generate in less than 5 minutes. Okay, so it is really impressive that the time that using AI writer is so short. And the next part, the third point is if you are like facing like time zone or rest hour problem with your freelancer, so AI copywriter can actually help to solve this problem, because technically it's 24 hours for 7 days. as long as you have Wi-Fi and also you are connected with the service provider of AI writer. So technically, you are not limited by any time zone. Okay, so let's say you are in Canada, I'm in Malaysia. Canada is 12 hours different with Malaysia, so your daytime is my nighttime. So you're a freelancer in Malaysia. It's very hard to communication. But in AI writer, even though it's 3 a.m. in the night, as long as you have Wi-Fi connect with the service provider, you still can generate your AI content. That is the amazing part for technology lah. So this is a 3 pro part currently we can see from those AI writer, which is easier the bulk copy, and then shorter time, and also like technically it's 24 hours per 7 days, anywhere you are, as long as Wi-Fi there. Okay, so this is the 3 pro, but how about the disadvantage? Next slide. So the first kind of disadvantage I noticed from AI writer is actually from the copy they are writing. You still need a content person, a in-house copywriter, or I mean like a content lead to edit it, because those content they generate, it might have the problem of accuracy of the fact, or either is the structure of content doesn't sound so perfect, or like some mistake, like misquote about something or misput some sentence in somewhere. So it didn't mean that you have an AI writer, I can just copy paste to my advertising or my blog article. I need to edit it. I need to add in restructure the original structure they generate, or I need to check the fact. Like let's say I tried with one of the service, so it claimed that the service is top 10 of the world. But actually I go to check the fact, it didn't happen. So which means the AI writer just generate a sentence that might catch people's eyes, because you know human catch with anything top 10. Okay, so they generate a line, mention top 10, but they didn't verify the fact. So as a in-house copywriter, they need to verify it before it published to any like outside like blog or advertising, to make sure your company image protected. Okay, so the first disadvantage is it still need human edit. And then the second part is the AI writer, anyhow, they are so new, they cannot understand you correctly sometimes, especially in the brand vision or the audience setting and everything. Like let's say you want to write an ad advertising that promoting your service to particular group of people, but you cannot just tell them like, hey, I want to write an ad copy to promote like my writing service to Malaysia, 30 years old to 40 years old man. You cannot just tell them this sentence. The AI writer didn't really catch it so correct. So you're going to tell them like, hey, I'm Malaysia writing service and my target audience is like SME or something like that. So what is the service I provided? You're going to feed them with the content. Like I provide the translation service, PR news writing, copywriting, ads writing, video writing, everything. You feed the AI writer actually. And then also you're going to tell them like what is the strength or USP that you have. The AI writer cannot help you to find out the USP. You're going to find out yourself and feed to the AI writer, and they can suggest some like creative way to package the content. So that is the second disadvantage. It's not that at once that we think that we click a button and then generate a content based on order. So the order need to be like very, very, very detailed order, include everything of your service and then also what your expectation, so that the AI writer can work. And the third part is about the originality of the content. For sure, like every AI writer actually, they claim that they provide original content, but the original content is not parallelism, not involved in any parallelism, because they will restructure the sentence, the idea, to make sure it's not exactly 100% same with the original source the AI writer taken. So it will not like involve in any parallelism issue, that's true, but it cannot have like any, how to say, new idea or creative idea. So you need to feed those new idea or creative idea to the AI writer. You cannot expect the AI writer will come out like a very creative headline that never appeared in online before. Because they are based on the AI, honestly, they're based on whatever in online, they learn, they generate. So if like an article topic that never appeared in online, like let's say I want to generate an article about, I don't know, top 10 IG style household in Malaysia, household service in Malaysia. Those content didn't happen online before. So they cannot generate it. They cannot analyze and generate. It must be a human there to tell them, hey, the top first is the A company, second is the BC company, and third is the EFG company. So the AI writer can find something and then fill it in. But it cannot just like you put it a title and then you just expect it to generate automatically, or a new idea, it didn't happen, because anyhow AI is still a machine. So you need to be like drive the machine. You cannot expect the machine to like drive itself. Okay, like car, even now we have auto car, but it's after like 100 years after the car is coming to the world, right? So for currently, AI writers still cannot come out like creative or new idea that happened that never appeared online before. So this is the top 3 cons that AI writer have. So now our question is, compare human copywriter and also AI writer. What will be the differences? Okay, so in this slide, actually I list down some very important characteristic you should have as a human, as a copywriter, a human copywriter. Okay, so when we want to write a good copywriting, as a copywriter, we need to have these criteria, like creative, you need to know how to write the persuasive content, you need to know how to do the in-depth research and also analytic. So this part is about the in-depth research. And then you also need to like have a little bit attention to the detail, especially like grammar, or if you want to playing of the words, that you need to like attention to very detail, like the culture different, do people understand it in a different way, something like that. So in these 4 criteria, actually for now, like these 2 years, still human copywriter is performed better because, like human, right? So AI as a tool, the only advantage now we can see, I can see from it, is about the cost. Because almost all the AI writer I explore, the cost is per month or per credit, and compared to human, actually you're hiring a human copywriter is cheaper. But remember that I say that the AI copywriting still need the human copywriter to edit, right? So even though the cost part seems like a little bit cheaper than human copywriter, but anyhow, you still need to have a person to edit those AI writing. So this is the current situation if we compare human copywriter and also AI copywriter. And the next question really we want to discuss is, can AI help in the copywriting? So go back to the 4 steps that I say just now. How to create a good copywriting, the step. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 step now. So currently from my notice is AI writer or whatever assistant tools like Google Translate or DeepL, they can actually help us in the writing or editing the content, which is step 3. But for step 1, which is understand the business and audience and also decide the core title, core idea, and content structure, these 2 parts AI writer can do that for now. I believe in the next 2 years also they still cannot do the step 1 and step 2. But in the next 5 to 10 years, it's very hard to predict as like technology growing super fast. Who knows after like 5 years, 10 years, AI can done from the step 1 to 3. And for the distribution also, it involves about the marketing sense, the marketing knowledge and the everything allocation. So currently we still cannot really like see AI tools that can help us to distribute the content in a correct way. Still we need to schedule ourselves in different platforms. Like let's say we schedule in Facebook and IG different copy, we still need to do it manually. We cannot expect AI help in the number 4 step also. So this is for the next 2 years, I believe. AI can help us in the step 3. But I mean, like after 2 years to 10 years, who knows, like the technology suddenly something significant growing, and then the step 1 to 4, they can cover it all. So it's very hard to predict. Let's see on that part. And the last question for us today is, shall I go to hire an AI writer or not? So if you stay with me until this stage, if you are a copywriter or work as any content producer, like video producer or anything, I would suggest you to explore it. I mean, like we should always understand our competitor, right? So we should explore any AI tools related to content producing, so we know how can we use them to lessen our pressure or faster our working speed or helping us in any working task. So this is for us, we need to explore. And also we want to be the person who drive the AI, whatever AI tools that in the market. We will be the person that as a driver to tell the AI tools, AI writer, hey, we need to write for this topic, and the structure is about structure A, B, C, D, and the AI writer can write it. So we are the driver. So as a copywriter or content producer, you should explore any AI content producer, content AI writer, DeepL, transcription tools, and whatsoever. Or like if you as a business owner, then it's very depend. So as a business owner, I believe you understand your business much well than me, right? You are the one you are the owner who operate the business. So after listening to today's sharing, you can base on your business size, your business structure and everything, you decide whether should I get an AI copywriter as a, assistant tools for my in-house team, or I'm the person already, actually I can produce content but I just don't have time to write. So maybe I have an AI writer to help me to fit the gap and so on. That is depend on you if you are a business owner that thinking should I go for an AI copywriter or not. So that's all for me today, and thank you for you guys to stay with me until this time. If you have any question or if you want to chat with me anything related to content, to AI, you are welcome to reach me in LinkedIn. My LinkedIn account is Chia, SEVENCHEAH. So you can search me in LinkedIn, or you can reach me in my website also, 7sharon.com. So that's all for this today. Thank you for everyone who attend the ADAPT 2021. Bye.
Trong 10 năm qua, điều mình trân quý nhất đó chính là những thất bại của mình. Xin chào mọi người, mình là Thien, giám đốc kinh doanh của IQI Việt Nam. Trong 10 năm qua, có 3 điều mà ông luôn tâm niệm và luôn giữ bên mình đồng hành trong mọi thử thách và khó khăn. Điều thứ nhất đó chính là thất bại đúng cách. Bạn đã biết cách vấp ngã và đứng lên ngay lập tức chưa? Trong quá trình mà mình đi đến với con đường thành công á, thì lúc nào mình cũng phải gặp thất bại. Nhưng mà khi mình gặp thất bại thì mình có ngồi đó mình ăn vạ không? Hoặc là mình có ngồi đó mình tiếc nuối, hoặc là mình có ngồi đó mình trách hết người này đến người kia, trách cả thế giới về tất cả những cái thất bại của mình, hay là mình đón nhận cái thử thách đó để mình học ra được cái bài học và mình tiếp tục mình đứng lên ngay lập tức để mà mình tiếp tục hành động. Và trong cuộc sống chắc chắn sẽ cho mình rất là nhiều thất bại, cho mình vô vàn rất là nhiều thử thách luôn. Nhưng mà quan trọng là bạn có đón nhận nó với một cái thái độ luôn luôn sẵn sàng và luôn luôn muốn học hỏi để có thể đạt được những cái thành công. Thì cái con đường duy nhất mà để cho bạn thành công nhanh đó chính là bạn thất bại thật nhanh, vấp ngã thật nhanh, học bài học và đứng lên thật nhanh. Điều thứ hai mà ơn muốn nhắc đến đó chính là biết ơn cuộc đời. Bây giờ nếu mà ơn cho bạn 1 triệu đô, 1 triệu đô la Mỹ nha, thì bạn sẽ làm điều gì đầu tiên? Có phải là bạn sẽ sắm sửa những cái điều mà mình rất là muốn, hoặc là bạn sẽ muốn đầu tư và bạn sẽ muốn có thêm nhiều tiền hơn nữa từ 1 triệu đô đó? Điều đó thì cũng dễ hiểu thôi đúng không? Nhưng mà nếu như ơn cho bạn tới tận 10 triệu đô la Mỹ luôn, 10 triệu đô la Mỹ nha, với một điều kiện là ngày hôm sau bạn sẽ không được thức dậy nữa. Bạn sẽ mãi mãi ngủ yên luôn. Bạn sẽ không còn sống tiếp cuộc đời này nữa. Thì bạn sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào? Cuộc đời của bạn có phải là đáng giá hơn cả 10 triệu đô không? Đó là cái thái độ mà chúng ta cần biết để mà luôn luôn biết ơn cuộc sống của mình. Chúng ta đã có mọi thứ để có một cuộc sống hạnh phúc rồi. Và mỗi ngày chúng ta thức dậy là chúng ta được trao ngay 24 giờ, rất là quý giá. Nếu như mà mỗi phút đáng giá 1 triệu đồng thì bạn có bao giờ muốn phí hoài từng phút, từng giây không? Quan trọng là cách mình sẽ sống một cuộc sống như thế nào cho thật là ý nghĩa. Và mình sẽ làm gì, mình sẽ quyết định và mình sẽ lên kế hoạch cho cuộc đời của mình như thế nào. Và mình sẽ trân quý tất cả những thứ mà mình đang có và những thứ mà cuộc đời sẽ ban tặng cho mình. Cả điều tốt và những điều chưa tốt. Và quan trọng là mình sẽ kiểm soát cái thái độ của mình như thế nào đối với cuộc đời của mình. Nếu bạn biết cách chăm sóc và trân quý cuộc đời của mình thì chắc chắn cuộc đời sẽ yêu thương và chăm sóc bạn. Và điều thứ ba mà ơn luôn nhắc nhở bản thân mình đó chính là khác biệt hoặc là chết. Cách bạn làm một việc là cách bạn làm mọi việc. Đôi khi mình muốn có được những cách làm mới, mình muốn nghĩ ra được những cái điều sáng tạo thì bạn phải có thời gian cho tâm trí của mình nó tỉnh. Mình phải dành thời gian để mình suy nghĩ, không bị làm phiền và chỉ tập trung cho việc suy nghĩ ra được những ý tưởng sáng tạo, những nội dung mới, những cách làm mới. Đôi khi sự khác biệt chỉ cần 1% nỗ lực để có thể biến những điều bình thường trở nên phi thường. Mọi người có thấy là những vận động viên, những nhà vô địch chạy bộ giải marathon, đôi khi người ta chỉ cần 1 giây để trở thành nhà vô địch hay không? Và để có được 1 giây huy hoàng đó, để chiến thắng được tất cả những nhà vô địch khác, những người marathoner khác, đó chính là cả một quá trình, khoảng thời gian rất dài để tập luyện, để nỗ lực, để khổ luyện, để có được 1 giây huy hoàng đó. Nếu như bạn không thể sáng tạo, bạn không thể tìm ra được những cách làm mới thì bạn vẫn có thể luôn luôn chăm chỉ hơn người khác, cần cù hơn người khác và tạo ra được kết quả phi thường hơn người khác. Khoan, còn một điều nữa mà ơn muốn đề cập thêm với bạn, đó chính là lên kế hoạch và nắm bắt cơ hội. Luôn luôn lên kế hoạch và sẵn sàng nắm bắt cơ hội. Khi bạn lên kế hoạch để chuẩn bị thực hiện thì hãy nghĩ đến nhiều kế hoạch hơn là chỉ lên một kế hoạch. Hãy có phương án A, phương án B và phương án C cho nhiều tình huống khác nhau để bạn có nhiều sự lựa chọn, nhiều cách ứng biến cho bất cứ trường hợp gì có thể xảy ra. Và thậm chí hãy lên kế hoạch cho những điều mà bạn ít muốn xảy ra nhất. Cuộc sống luôn dành cho chúng ta rất nhiều cơ hội. Vì vậy hãy luôn luôn cân nhắc và nắm bắt chúng. Trừ khi đó là những điều bất hợp pháp hoặc là vô đạo đức. Và hãy nhớ là bạn sẽ không bao giờ tiếc nuối những quyết định của mình nếu như bạn có một kế hoạch đúng đắn. Những thành tựu và trải nghiệm mà Ân đạt được ngày hôm nay đã giúp Ân rút ra được 4 điều này. Trong những khoảnh khắc bạn cảm thấy chùn bước hoặc là quá khó khăn thì Ân mong rằng những điều này sẽ giúp ích được cho bạn. Cho nên là mức độ thành công trong tương lai của bạn đến đâu thì sẽ phụ thuộc vào số lần bạn thất bại trong quá khứ. Ân xin cảm ơn.
大家好，我是小鹅通的老鲍。好的，这是我们6楼的前台啊，我们在科兴有6楼、8楼、9楼、12楼啊。那我们最新的 slogan 叫知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具啊。当然了，以后可能也会不断的去更新迭代。那这个是我们的通通啊，对，我们也做了很多这个相关的一些周边啊，包括我身上穿的 T 恤啊，还有一些勋章啊，它看起来还是挺萌的。这是我们小通服务管家的工作流程图啊，那它覆盖了整个我们客户的全周期的管理啊。那我们有3个关键词，叫专业、热情、体贴啊。相对于专业而言，其实我更看重的是热情。我觉得只有一个人热情了之后，他才能不断的积累起他的专业。那这一片呢，都是我们的客户管家们啊，那人也非常多啊，他们一直在做客户服务。同时我们也看到我们的墙上有很多的这个排行榜呀，还有这个服务流程啊，那主要是提醒他们这个我们要怎样去做好服务。这是我们的直播团队，对他们这个做这个小通最重磅的产品公开课的直播，还有我们的班课的直播啊。最近呢，我们还有一个非常重要的项目叫企微助手啊，他们也在积极的去加班加点去做啊。这里面拉了很多这个条幅啊，这个是我们这个整个研发团队的一个文化，对他们这个要有这个时间的紧迫感啊。然后同时呢，其他人也知道说这个团队在做什么啊，所以我们就从一开始形成这样文化。现在我们直播的时候，我们很多客户说，哎呀，需求提出来了，让直接寄一个横幅给我们啊，就不用再记录了，直接把横幅寄给我们啊。这边都是我们的产业区啊，这边是营销产品中心啊，这边还有教培啊、企培啊，还有基础平台啊，这是我们的中台产品中心，它起到一个衔接的作用。这个正在认真工作的时候，我们中台产品的负责人涛哥啊，现在我那个手机那个企微助手啊，给老包提需求就在他手里面啊。他带我在回答问题，哎，这个怎么2只猫了呢？这个，对，这是我们那个，我也不知道我们公司有几只猫，他们那个自己买的，然后有的时候呢，还有一些是自己家带过来的啊，也有公司有，对，估计公司最幸福的人就是他了，平时程序员这个累了之后就来逗一下，玩一下啊，他一般是这个白天工作对吧，晚上休息啊，对，还挺有意思的。大家好，我是小通的老鲍啊，欢迎大家来到腾讯大学的临场发挥啊，也欢迎大家来到小通啊。那么今天呢，我作为一名创业者呢，跟大家分享一下我们小通的这样一个创业故事。我先讲一下我在创建小通之前的一些经历。那么在06年的时候呢，我是以毕业生的方式加入腾讯的啊，当时去了一个部门叫运营支持部啊。那听到这个名字大家都可能比较陌生了，因为大家对腾讯的这个理解更多的是像 QQ 啊、微信啊、游戏这些产品。我们当时这个部门就是一个技术支持性的部门，给这些业务提供的是计费啊、营销啊，还有数据一系列的服务。那么我在这个部门做了9年之后呢，到了14年底的时候，那时候正好这个是双创啊，我感觉这个互联网加的风口即将来临啊。那么作为在腾讯里面待了9年的这样一个人呢，就容易心动，对吧？所以一时冲动呢，我就决定出去创业。但是呢，就是我当时不知道要做什么啊，只知道要跟哪个行业能够去把互联网跟它结合起来。在这个探索的过程中呢，其实我交了一个学费，当时出来的时候呢，带了这个6个 T3的同学一起然后自己卖了股票，就花了500万块钱吧，然后7个月时间，这个项目就失败了。因为在之前的腾讯的经历里面都是在写代码，所以对于创业啊，对于外面的世界真的是知之甚少。当我失败的时候呢，我最痛苦的事情不是说这个500万花完了，我觉得花完了我还可以回腾讯继续打工，继续挣钱嘛，对。但是最让我焦虑的事情，我不知道干什么了。第一次感觉到创业这件事情，仅仅懂一些技术是不行的，但必须要 懂行业啊，有市场啊这一系列的，那都是我不擅长的，所以这时候我一下子迷茫了。但我又不甘心就这样，特别是我看到这6个被我当初这个忽悠出来的这个兄弟啊，那么优秀啊，如果这次失败了，下一次不知道还能不能跟他们在一起做一些创业的事儿。所以我就想坚持下去，所以我就再去找方向啊。但那个时候我已经放弃了做 CEO 的梦想，我想我可能就是一个技术男，我只能做 CTO， 对，所以我就去找 CEO 啊，然后我就找各种这个人去合作啊，有这个健身房的教练要做一个系统的，然后还有一些什么二手车的啊，就大家见过的 O2O 啊，什么互联网加，我们几乎人都做过。所以在接下来的大半年的时间，我带着10来个人的小团队，做了有7个 APP 吧，啊，都是所谓的互联网加，啊，当然大家也知道，这结果肯定都是失败的。但好歹说这7个项目呢，这个还是每个项目大概有20万块钱的外包费，啊，把我养活了这样的一个小团队啊。当时就是我们6、7个创始人吧，然后再加上几个这个实习生、毕业生，很幸运的事情在1年半的时候，我们遇到了一个更大的外包啊，就是下一页的这个吴晓波老师，大家都比较熟悉了，就是他是著名的财经作家啊，也是这个腾讯传的作者。当时这个吴晓波老师在做这个知识付费的时候遇到了一些困难，他当时在这个微信生态里面做了一个每天听见吴晓波的这样的一个 H5 的系统啊，就是用来做这个知识付费啊。那么大家知道，在16年的时候，是知识付费的这样的一个风口啊，大家知道的得到啊、喜马拉雅啊，那甚至包括在微信生态里面也有一些像千聊啊、荔枝微课这样的平台。但是为什么吴晓波老师还要做这样一个系统呢？因为他想拥有自己的系统，就是自己管理自己的粉丝，所以他一直在找外包公司做一个属于自己的这样的一个会员管理系统啊，来去提供这个知识付费服务。但很遗憾的是，这个系统上线之后，很快就被这个几万个用户给冲垮了，所以他到处找这个技术团队。那个时候我们正好也是处于这个创业的迷茫期，所以我们第一次见面之后就聊得很开心，在当天下午就达成了合作。自媒体也好，知识付费也好，我那时候认知还比较浅，所以我在我的心目中，这个可能就是一个大的外包吧，对，比之前的外包可能会钱多一些，所以花了1个多月的时间就把这个系统做好了啊。上线之后确实也达到了预期的效果。后来就吴老师开始给我推荐一些知识付费界的一些大的公号和一些老师来去使用这个系统，那我也是一个一个的服务拿下了这些客户啊，所以正好赶上了16年底的这个知识付费的风口，很快小通就成为了微信生态里面的知识付费的 SaaS。但是在找投资的过程中，其实我是经常会碰壁的啊，因为投资人说，哎，这个产品还是可以的，但是这个知识付费的天花板太低了啊，而且 SaaS 的天花板更低，对吧？所以这2个重叠起来，不具备有太强的投资价值，所以我当时见了很多投资人都是被拒绝的。那直到这个18年、19年的时候呢，我们突然发现，我们原来不大的客户群体里面，有越来越多的做教育的客户啊，像教英语的呀，这个教语文的，教各种考试的呀，对啊。后来我才知道，这个是这个传统教育在线上化，那这个时候的量也有越来越大，它的比例也越来越高，从开始的10%几，慢慢增长到20%、30%，啊，最后增长到40%、50%。那么在这个过程中呢，我们也看到了更多的机会，有了更多的客户，对，所以天花板呢又从知识付费上升到教育客户啊。更大的变化其实是在这个2020年疫情刚刚爆发的时候，我们当时发现小通的这个客户量这个涨得吓人，跟以往的几个月相比涨了10倍。我们发现这个客户群体的增长的同时呢，它这个使用小通的功能也发生了巨大的变化。就在前面的几年里面，更多的是音频啊、视频啊，这个还有一些专栏啊、会员之类的啊。在疫情的爆发的时候，小通平台突然就成为了一个直播平台，因为线下的这种场景已经无法去沟通了，所以大家都拿起这个摄像头，然后开启小鹅通的直播，来在线上去做这样的一个 教学也好，或者说知识分享也好。那么这时候它的应用呢，已经从这个之前的知识付费啊，还有这个教育，已经变成那种各色各样的场景的分享。比如说这里面有这个百果园的，对吧？卖水果的他也在用，然后这个大疆他们用小通来做线上的招聘，还有一些像零售啊、培训啊这一系列的，就是大家平时可能都无法想象的一些知识分享的形式，在疫情爆发的时候都发生了。那这时候小通的客户群体就产生了一个巨大的变化。所以小通在这个过程中呢，它就成了众多企业自己的这样一个知识服务平台。那么在这个几年过程中啊，就是我们有一个奇怪的现象，就是我们的 slogan 呢一直在变化。我们在17年的时候还叫专注于知识服务和社群运营的聚合型工具到了18年的时候就变成了专注内容付费的技术服务商到了19年的时候就变成专注新教育的技术服务商到2020年发现这个客户群体又在变化，又改了叫知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具。对，那这里面的话，为什么会发生这样的变化呢？因为在这个几年过程中我们的客户的这个群体一直在变化，对，所以我们也一直没搞清楚我们到底是服务于什么样一群人。对，但后来我们想了想，其实本质上还是没有改变的，就是从 B 端的视角来看，他们都不一样，但是从这个 C 端的视角来看都是给他们提供一种学习的这样的一个工具和平台。那么在这件事情上，我们在2020年呢做了很多方面的这种思考就是小通到底是什么那经过一番思考之后，其实还是有一些收获的。其实小通这几年发展的核心还是基于微信的这样一个生态。之前呢很多的沟通都在线下不管是人跟人之间的沟通，还是线下的各种商业活动但是现在随着移动互联网的发展，特别是微信的普及，我相信大家这个在使用微信的时间上应该都超过了1半。所以这个时候呢，其实大家的所有的沟通工作生活都离不开这样的一个系统而这个微信又是人跟人之间距离最短的地方，所以在最早期的时候，它更多的用于人跟人之间的沟通社交当然大家都在用微信的时候呢，大家可能就会产生更多的商业的行为。其实交易的本质在我看来就是 A 把一个有价值的产品这个卖给 B 或者传递给 B， 你怎么传递过去？传递的过程中其实决定因素是这个距离，对吧？大家要知道距离越远，这个成交的概率越小。那微信为什么说是距离最短呢？比如因为它构建了一个社交关系，所以你看小通在微信里面做了一件什么样一个事呢？它是让知识内容或者这个课程从 A 传到 B 是一种最短的方式。它只要发一个链接给你，然后你点击一下打开就能看。所以小通的最小单元在我看来就是创建一个知识内容，分享一个知识内容，再打开一个知识内容，学习一个知识内容。对，它就是完成这样一个小闭环。所以过去我们也看到很多这个 SaaS 那小通呢这个 SaaS 跟其他最大的不同是，除了以前有的交易还有这个管理之外，它更多的增强了沟通的一些方式以及传播的一些方式。因为它不是从这个知识付费和教育开始的嘛，所以它天生的具备有这种知识属性、内容属性。所以后来我们总结了说，是小通它其实是通过内容加服务来去赋能一个组织来去通过这样的一个方式去影响它的相关人比如说这里面有员工、有伙伴有客户。对，那我举个例子那比如说一个组织或者一个社群怎么样影响它的客户的呢？对吧？那就是这个内容营销嘛，对吧？它通过内容去介绍它的产品来表达它的产品价值，所以获得它的客户的认可，然后产生了这样的一个购买或者转化。那怎么样去影响这个员工和合作伙伴呢？对吧？那特别是像一些需要售卖型产品的一些公司，那么它的客服人员还有它的销售人员，那它要有一个统一的话术。那比如说我们公司就非常需要你得知道怎么样去跟这个客户讲小通是什么，或者它能干什么所以我们的客服他需要培训同时呢，我们的合作伙伴就是我们的代理商，他也需要培训。对，那这个时候就需要这样一个线上的学习平台，那小通就可以做这样的一个事儿。所以就是小通它真正的应用的这个场景还是非常广泛的。
你们好，我是来自 GYIQI 澳大利亚分行的总经理，我的名字叫 Lily。首先呢，非常的感谢GYIQI 呢邀请我来在这个 Agtech Convention 分享一些我个人的成长经历或者一些心得。在我挑选这个题目之前呢，其实我觉得我也没有太多题目可以挑选，因为有很多都是讲科技上面的发展。我自己本身呢，为什么这一次挑了华语呢？就是因为在去年呢，我在做这个个人分享的时候呢，我发现到其实我们有很多中国的同胞呢是很支持我，然后都给了一些很鼓励的话，所以我觉得呢，这次我想趁着这个机会呢，跟大家是用华语来分享的。说实在呢，我觉得这几天大家应该是这4天我应该都听了很多成功的故事，也听了有很多的大道理。我自己本身呢，不觉得自己有什么伟大的故事或者大道理去跟大家分享。想想以前过去呢，好像发生的丑事或者失败的经验反而是很多的。所以我觉得我想趁这个机会呢，跟大家分享，就是说你什么都不懂，所以你什么都可以问，就是因为你什么都没有，你什么都可以试。在成功之前呢，我觉得你最需要的就是你没有勇气的没有经验的勇气。然后过分的强调自尊呢，在这一刻呢，只会让自己更丢脸。今天呢，借着这个机会呢，我想分享3个在我人生里边对我影响蛮大的3个经历。第一个呢，就是我在香港在中国做这个采购总经理的时候的一些故事。然后第二个故事呢，是我怎么进这个房地产，然后碰见的这些丢人的事情。然后第3呢，就是说我怎么样是自己去创业。整体来说呢，我今天最主要是分享呢，是一个关于个人成长的一些小故事。我是在1998年去到香港的。当时呢，去到香港的时候，因为粤语广东话讲得不好，就在一个红筹股公司里边上班。好在我公司里边还有很多会讲普通话的，但是因为普通话讲的这个广东话讲得不好，常常都会给人家欺负，然后盖掉我的电话。所以那时候呢，我为了恶补这个广东话呢，我每一天早上都会听这个新闻广播，然后希望能够将自己的广东话学好。那时候我只有一个梦想，就是说将来我在讲电话的时候呢，人家至少呢听得明白我在讲什么。然后我发现到一样事情，就是我刚才讲的，当你什么都不会的时候呢，你就会很勇敢的会去问。就我觉得这个不耻下问呢，我觉得我这个点还做得蛮好的。在香港的初2年呢，我是作为一个私人秘书跟这个市场推广的职位。因为没有经验，所以很多东西呢我都敢尝试去怎么说呢，我是很愿意去试，而且很多东西呢我都不介意去做。因为没有经验嘛，也广东话也讲得不好，所以全部都很愿意，就算小资语叫我贴一个邮票我都很愿意。然后老板说你去做市场推广也愿意，然后叫我做一些 e-commerce。 那时候电子商务呢还不是这么流行，但是当时老板已经说电子商务会是一个趋势，你去做我也愿意，因为什么都不会。然后老板说你去学打中文，我也愿意，因为我也不会。所以呢，很快呢，我就在这个公司里边呢，老板就给了一个市场推广的职位我。但是我在2年之后呢，我就进了另外一家德国的国际贸易公司，也是因为没有经验。我很记得当时呢，我进去的时候，我是一个临时工，是代替一个老板的秘书，因为他生小孩，所以我就进去呢，期待他的位置呢，暂代他的位置3个月。当时呢，很多朋友都跟我说，你进去只有3个月，你不需要太努力的。但是我就觉得，就算是做一个临时工，也应该很努力的去做。结果呢，我常常在那时候呢还加班。那时候每个人都笑我，就说 啊，你是做临时工的，你不需要这么勤劳的，你不需要加班的。但是我觉得做临时工的人也要表现最好，所以我也常常加班。结果呢，在1个月半之后呢，老板就给了一个我蛮高的职位，叫做 Merchandise Controller， 是比采购经理更高，因为你是要管全部整间公司的运行跟这个成绩报告表现。所以呢，我觉得没有经验没有关系，就算是一个临时工也没关系，但是你一定要全力以赴，非常非常的努力。所以呢，我很快呢，我就上了这个 Merchandise Controller 的位置。很多人就开始里边会讲了很多的是非，说你不择手段，你怎么可以一来上了那个位置呢？2年3年之后呢，老板就说我们现在开始要向东莞发展。然后我也是一样，我连中国都没有去过多少次，但是公司说我们现在就要向北方发展，所以我就跟老板说没事，我去吧，反正我还会一些华语。然后呢，我就帮忙老板就开始向北发，就是说将公司呢这个做那个 backup 那一套呢全部带上东莞去做。一去呢就去了4年。这4年之中呢，的确也没有经验，也没有做采购的经验，也没有做贸易的经验。但是呢，就是觉得只要去那边好好跟人家干，只要不怕羞，有什么问题就是问人。那么呢，很多人都很愿意跟你分享，很多人也愿意教你，工厂的人也愿意教你，因为就是说倒茶的阿姨，她也愿意跟你分享一些怎么在那边生活啊，怎么去哪里搭车啊。所以我觉得呢，不只是要问这个呢，我觉得我自己本身呢是有很多得着的。再来，在我移民回来珀斯的前2年呢，我被另外一间猎头公司呢，就邀请我去另外一家也是一个德国的贸易公司上班，然后呢就负责呢向杭州、上海那边开分行。我觉得呢，当时也没有经验，也不晓得，我还曾经试过呢背着很多的现金上去中国负责开公司。所以我觉得这些都是人生很好的经验，都是因为你没有经验，所以也因为如果有太多的经验呢，可能会有很多的顾虑，有很多的顾虑呢，你就会有可能很多的限制，你会限制于自己呢去做一些自己设计好的框框里面。但是就是因为我没有经验，所以我觉得我什么都敢碰敢试，背着现金呢在杭州跑来跑去，找办公室呢也敢。现在有时想回头呢，我觉得自己的胆可大了。在中国开这个分公司呢，是我人生里边我觉得是一个因为没有经验呢，什么都敢创的情况之下，所做出来的一番成绩。一直到2008年我回来了澳大利亚，在这一边生活2年之后呢，因为这里的生活呢，比我在香港的时候的生活呢，非常的不同，也非常的纳闷。因为香港的生活节拍呢，跟这边相比呢，真的有一点分别。这一边是比较轻松，比较有生活选择，所以呢，这一边呢5点钟下班之后呢，很多时候我真的有一点，真的有一点不知所措。因为始终呢，我们以前在香港上班呢，我们都会去到晚上8点9点，因为我们跟德国的时间的相差大约12个小时，所以很多时候呢，我们都做得很夜，因为我们想跟德国那边公司呢有所交流。至于为什么进房地产呢？这个也是因为没有经验。当时呢，我们很多东西都想做，很多东西都没有经验，想做珍珠奶茶，想卖饼干，但是都没有经验。没有经验没有关系，这些成本很高。后来呢，兜兜转转之后呢，我们就觉得应该去一些虽然没有经验，但是你肯干，你肯吃苦，成本不需要太高，然后可能有赚钱的一个行业。所以当时呢，我就误打误撞的进了这个房地产。房地产呢，看起来其实是一个很难的行业，但是呢，它有它的自由。我觉得当时呢，我第一个老板呢，给了我很大的启发，因为我当时看他的书呢，我就发现到他也是没有经验，他也是在这个房地产创下了一个巅峰。然后我里边呢有几个偶像呢，他当时都是没有经验，他们有卖菜的，有做贸易的， 他们都是从零开始，然后就是凭着因为没有经验，能够不耻下问，不停的学习，然后很勤劳，最后都打下了一片很好的事业。所以我当时就以他们为榜样，然后在那边呢待了差不多2年半左右吧，我就出来，然后呢开始做自己的这个房地产生意。在自己做房地产的那个2年半到3年左右呢，那一条路呢，其实我当时抱着的心态呢，以为自己就是进去这一个公司学。后来我开始面对一个现实，就是说没有公司开门呢，是一间学校，是无人的在教育你，所以有很多东西呢是要自学的。后来我发现我进去之后，我也是特别多问题的一个资源，然后我老是有很多的问题问我的总经理，然后我总经理都很烦我，他们很多时候甚至也要避开我，因为觉得我太多的问题了，然后吃饭又问，开会又问，老是有问题，去房地产去发展商那边又问，所以很多时候呢，我也觉得我老板他们都开始避开我。但是呢，在这个没有人真正教你的那个2-3年呢，我自己摸索了一个我自己对投资房的或者甚至于一个投资的心得，我就觉得呢很多东西是可以自学的，不是说一定要有人教你怎么做。当然有人带你怎么做呢，是一个很好的福气，但是呢到了这个年纪呢，我已经不觉得应该再妄想的是说有公司呢打开门呢是为了教育你，然后还期望你去赚钱，或者你期望自己去赚钱。在房地产3年之后呢，我其实成立了自己的公司。在这个成立自己的公司这几年呢，也碰了不少的钉。我可以这么说吧，我前后呢离开了这个作为雇员的身份之后呢，在成立自己的公司呢，前后有4段的经历。第一个呢，我跟一个我最好的朋友一起开业，结果只开了1个月半，公司关了没关系，然后也跟朋友搞得很不愉快，从此呢一拍两散，连朋友都没有的做了。所以这个是我第一个生意的经历，然后给我了一个很大的教训。我也从此以后呢，在开生意呢，也从来不再跟朋友合伙，朋友是朋友，合伙是合伙。然后第2门生意呢，我是开了3年，这3年里边呢，是跟另外一个发展商一起合作。这个发展商呢，教会了我很多的东西，教会了我怎么去看一个品质，怎么去建一个房子的过程，也教了我怎么去怎样去看一盆账。那一年呢，我们互相也学了很多东西，他在我身上学了销售，我在他身上学了建材。但是始终呢，在发展商跟我们销售员之间呢，就是会有一个自然的这个摩擦。因为在发展商的心目中，他想有一个销售团队，永远只是卖他的产品，销售他的产品。但是在一个销售团队的心目中呢，我们是想卖一个最好的产品。结果我们的合作关系呢，很快在3年，在我们合作的第3年呢，我们就搭了一个瓶颈位。他想发展这个商业部，我意思说做这一些商业的工程，而我呢还是喜欢做民居，然后呢我也喜欢卖市场上一些很多的楼花，或者我觉得比较适合投资者的一些产品。然后呢我们是在非常和平的情况之下呢分手，然后去到了第3年，第三个生意就是我自己一个人在做。那时候呢真的做得很苦，我从那时候做到今天，我已经6年没有放过一个长假，没有放过一个超过2个星期的长假。但是呢我觉得我自己本身呢其实还是蛮享受里边的过程。我记得那3年呢，在3年呢我很常要出去，然后我们的公司很小，我们连会议室都没有，我们的会议室呢就是隔壁的咖啡厅。我们每周星期5还是星期2我们要开会的时候，我们就去咖啡厅那边一起坐下来聊。 我很感谢那时候跟我一起闯天下的那一班伙伴，虽然有一些他们在中途也放弃了，但是有时想回头呢，我还真蛮想念他们。我们一起怎么出国，怎么将这个牌子打起来，怎么将品牌打起来。在2019年呢，我出国做这个参展的时候呢，在一个机缘之下呢，认识了 IQI 这个品牌。认识 IQI 呢，是我人生的第4个事业，就是说他将我真正带上了一个这个国际品牌。就是说有很多东西我一直都很想做，但是呢要去到一个国际品牌呢，而且是横跨这么多个国家呢，我肯定就是说凭我自己Lily一个人的力量是不可能达得到的。但是我很感激呢，就是说IQI 给了我这个机会，OK， 他也不介意我就是一个没有经验的老总，然后呢都很愿意给我赏识呢，当他们给我这个机会呢，变成他们在澳大利亚的合伙人，然后呢能够再参加他们这个国际品牌呢，真正的将澳大利亚跟我意思说特别是将我们的这个西澳带去这个国际。因为西澳本身呢在国际就不是太出名，但是因为通过他们的渠道呢，我们终于能够将 Perth 带了去杜拜，我们也将 Perth 带去了东京，我们将 Perth 带去了中国，所以现在有很多人至少知道西澳 Perth 是在哪里，非常的感谢。所以总过来说呢，今天我觉得我只要还是想要分享的就是说，没有经验有时是你最大的这个优势。因为当你什么都不懂，你什么都可以问，当你什么都没有的时候呢，你什么都可以试。在成功之前呢，你最需要的就是你没有经验的勇气，而且过分的去强调这个自尊呢，只会让自己更丢脸。好了，我今天的分享就到这里谢谢大家的收听。
Hey guys, are you guys ready to answer another lucky draw question? The question is, you can spy on your competitors' Facebook ads using which of the following? Scan the QR code and submit your answer. Good luck. Hey guys, I hope you had a fantastic first half of the day 3 because now we are going for a short break and I hope you guys have a good one. So I'll see you guys after the break.
10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小鹅通能做什么呢？小鹅通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小鹅通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
Today, when I see how far and great the IQI platform is, as a technologist, it's a lifetime opportunity. The idea was to create a platform that helps people to grow. And today, IQI is the platform that connects buyers, sellers, and agents with the magic of mobile, cloud, AI, and data. IQI is the destination to make your dreams come true.
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market. Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively, like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. Third reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UI IQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over 26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you're keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小鹅通能做什么呢？小鹅通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小鹅通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market.
Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year.
While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I am with you. I am with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, day in and day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, day in and day out, and accumulatively like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. 3rd reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到赚2万块是你的舒适圈，后来你发现到学习是你的舒适圈，后来你发现到过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Jain， UIQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over $26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you are keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小鹅通能做什么呢？小鹅通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小鹅通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
Hey guys, I'm back again with another lucky draw question. And the question is, are all adept speakers from the ASEAN continent? Scan the QR code and submit your answer and you stand a chance to win the lucky prize. Welcome back guys. I hope you guys had a fantastic break because right now we are going to continue learning. Are you guys ready to learn? Yes? They're here, yes? Alright, let's go!
Hi, my name is Yong, and I'm the co-founder of Estate 123. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for inviting me for this year's Adept International Convention 2021. And the topic that I'm going to touch is about, is real estate listing portal still relevant? Let me share my screen. right? So this topic is very interesting because there are different perceptions about the usage of real estate listing websites, because there are users that says that they are using social media, and there are those that's using even print media to reach out. So does it mean that the real estate listing portal is no longer relevant? Let's find out throughout this session. Before going into detail, let me just share a bit about myself. I actually started my career in the web development and design in the early 2000s, and what I've been doing during that time is more into developing applications for sites like MOL.com, if you heard of it. And later on, I moved on to another company where I have been doing a lot of process automation solutions, and that's where I've been gaining my experience in creating workflow processes for the banking and also the manufacturing industry. And later on, I started working into this Estate 123 portal with another one of the co-founder, where I'm mainly concentrating in the design and development, while he's more into the front end of the system. And later on, actually, we noticed that there's a gap in this property market, where most of the solutions that we have outside is about providing solutions to the large companies, and that's where we actually come up with another solutions. We call it a Landlord 123, where it is more to cater to the agents or to the landlord for them to manage their property, but this is just a very small and simple app to help them. Okay, so let's start the session today. Okay, so if let's say we look into this scenario, this is a typical home searching experience by any users. What they do is, most people nowadays, they'll be using the mobile devices and they will start searching. And what we do is we just go to Google most of the time. We search for the property that we want. Maybe we just search by the area or maybe by the name of the property, and that's where we will get into the result. We can see the results of all the property that's listed there, and then we will click on the search result, go to the website, and that's where normally those posting with nice photo will attract the prospect to click on it, because something nice will attract everyone to go and view the detail, right? So once they go into the details, and then they'll be reading the descriptions on the listing, and they will bookmark it, and then later on they will do comparison on all the property that they have shortlisted, right? And also there are times when they also view the analytics of the property based on the property that they want to buy or they want to rent, based on the information that is available. And only that, at the end of the stage, they will try to find even more detail by going into social media or YouTube. So this is the searching experience for any users when it comes into the time when they want to search for a property. Okay, so when we come into this scenario, why agents or even any users, they like to go into social media? Because first thing is, it's very easy. Anyone can just download the app and they can start posting, right? And it's free because there's no charges. You can post as many as you want, right? And everyone has assumption that any social media, you have a very large audience to reach out based on whatever you post, and then you need people to share your posting to reach out, right? And also sometimes we heard that some of our agent friends, they have been sharing in the social media, and then it works. They managed to get prospect, or they managed to sell a property. But what they didn't know in detail is, actually, if let's say anyone able to get the sales from the social media, how much they have spent to run ads in those platforms. Because what we can say is, if we just rely on these platforms, the searching is actually not as accurate, because this is actually a social media platform. It's not really a searching platform. So the information that you provided in this social media platform might not be able to reach out or to be searchable by the prospect. And most important is, what we need to know is, it's not targeted when it's free, right? Because when you go into Facebook or any social media, whenever you post anything, it's actually not targeted to anyone. It's just you post it there and hoping that someone, if they come across your posting and they will be sharing it, then only it might reach out to some people to see, but it's not really targeted. And even if you paid for the ads, you might not be reaching to the target because it's a lot of noise in the social media area there. So it's really something that you have to consider if, let's say, we look into using social media to reach out. And this is just something that I want to share, something that I've come across where actually a lot of people think that, okay, I spend a bit of money in the Facebook ads and I'll be getting some leads. Because they are Facebook guru that they come out and then they share. It's like, okay, you have to spend in order to get the sales. Yes, that's right. But it actually depends on what kind of product that you're selling. Because if you're selling maybe something that you can use at home, maybe some books, interesting stories books, yes, maybe you spend 5 ringgit, you can get back some sales. You spend 100 ringgit because the limit to set in this social media is actually quite low. So you can, very fast you can reach out to the prospect. But if we talk about property listings, is it really that effective or not if we look in that way? Okay, so going back into this, why property marketplace or why a property listing page? Because what we can say is all these platforms, they are built for a purpose, and the purpose is to help the prospects or to help people to search for the property that they wanted. And there are all sorts of features that has been built in that is really catered for that purpose. Like let's say this example, we have features for user experience. We create this to enhance the user experience for the prospect, where we can include video, photos, even interactive floor plan, virtual tours, something which is very popular in since 2020 due to the pandemic. A lot of people are also browsing for properties and they like to see all this kind of interactive stuff. And there are also analytics and data built into the platform to help you to analyze. And most important, it's targeted to the audience that you need, because anyone that is going to a property portal to search, they are already looking for property. So that's why they are there, right? CRM, leads capturing, process and management. This is something that also most of the search engine, the property listing sites already have, where they will help you to create this information, and then you can capture the leads from all this prospect that you have. And finally, we have all these prop tech verticals to enhance your experience. And what do I mean by the prop tech verticals? Right. So this is a picture of all the verticals that is available in the prop tech market. Right. I'm actually a committee in the Malaysia Prop Tech Association, and this is the list of all the property prop tech companies in Malaysia that we know of that we have listed here. So based on different verticals, there are actually solutions that is already available that can be actually implemented into all these different types of prop tech solutions, and it can actually help the prospect to even get more information on the property that they wanted. Like Estate 123 is actually one of the listing platforms here, right? Okay, so now based on what I've been sharing, and if we look back into the scenario that I shared when I started the presentation just now about the searching experience, what a person actually do. So if you look back at this again now, the part that I highlighted is actually where the important part comes in, because all these prop tech solution, what they do is they actually help to accumulate information for the prospect. Like if I talk about the part where we have a nice photo that attract the person to click, right? So if a person click on the listing and then they go into the detail, actually all these actions is being captured in the portal to help them to understand the buyer or the prospect more. And even if you are bookmarking it and you're doing a comparison, this is where the the portal or this listing portal will help to understand further what are the type of property that you're looking for. And that is why sometimes when you are searching in this property listing site, you will notice that after you browse around for a few minutes, then they will have sections that will show you is like, okay, based on your browsing experience, this might be the property that you are looking for. So this is where this kind of engine actually help, because if you're just using a platform like those social media, they are not built for that purpose. So it's more like you will view, people come and view and go. So with listing sites like this, they will understand the buyer, and then they will push the relevant listings to them. Okay, so how PropTech is helping. So let me now dive a bit detail about what are the things that is available in all these property listing sites that is helping the prospects and also helping the agent to sell more. So first, we have a well-presented interface with photos and videos. Like this example here, this is from Estate123 site. An agent or a user that is posting the property for rent or for sale, they can put all the photos that they have, and the way that it's being presented is we can say it's more presentable and it's more user friendly, because anyone that comes on the site, normally the first thing that they want to see is the photo of the property, correct? So they can view the photo, and then as they go through it, and then if they are interested more, they will scroll further down into the page. And like what we have did in Estate123, after viewing the photo, the next thing that we have included is actually providing a virtual tour. This is more to allowing the agents to share video of the property, okay? Because if let's say we just put a lot of text into the property listing, sometimes the prospect might not read everything. People like to view videos, and from one of the researches said that YouTube, the video searching, right, has become the second most search engine being used by users for searching purpose, because other than viewing information, people like to see video. So that is where we have included video into this platform to help the agents to even present more information. So like this interface here that you see, we actually allow up to 3 videos, where how we normally suggest is, if you are selling a property, you have to talk about the area that you are selling or renting, right? Because people want to know about the area, how is it about. And then the second video, you can actually make a video that talk about the property overall. What is the property about? What is the selling feature of the property? And then the third video is the one where you dive in deeper and go into the unit that you are selling or renting. So we have created it into these 3 sections so that it's easier for you to present the information to the prospect. And after viewing on videos, the next thing is, some people, they might be interested to even go further. They want to browse around. So we used to all like to arrange for a viewing session, and then we have to go to the actual unit and then view, right? So what we have been doing is, for Estate123, we work with one of this company, they call Simpler Space. And what they do is they actually create a 3D floor plan. And what you can do is, from this 3D floor plan, you can browse on the property like you're walking in there. So you just use your mouse, or if you're on the phone, you just drag it around and you're actually there. This one is a bit different than those virtual 3D, because this is more into using those shapes. It's not just the actual photo yet, because they are doing more enhancement to even allow the user to browse by viewing photos. So now this is more into 3D with without actual photo. But what this floor plan helps a lot is, it gives the prospect the feel how the property look like, and then they can even, you know, when they zoom in, they can see, is okay, when I'm standing here, how does it look like surrounding. And there are other platforms where today they even do virtual drone view. We used to be only able to see the actual property when it's already completed, how it looked like. I'm on the 30th floor or the 40th floor, how the surrounding look like, right? And today, there are companies or platforms that even provide you a drone view of the property if you are buying from the 30th floor or the 40th floor, how the unit actually look like if it is completed. So like, let's say this example here, the building is not yet being built, but then with a drone view, you can imagine that you're now on the 14th floor, how it will look like. So these are the things that is being able to available, and it can be adopted or being implemented into a real estate listing site, which helps a lot. And the next thing which we can say is very important now is more into the data and analytics, because sometimes we want to know about an area, whether the value of the property has it increased or not. So this is where property listing sites is able to provide this kind of information to help the prospects to even understand more about the property that they want to buy or rent. Right? And next, the part that I can say is very important is because everyone have been saying that they are selling through the social media channel or social media platform. Instead of just putting the effort into Facebook or maybe LinkedIn or just YouTube, what we do is we have incorporated a link to allow all the agents or all the users to put in their social media links there. So instead of just putting their content into any one of those channels there, they can have or they can spend time to put their property postings into a proper listing channel, and from there they can link it back to all the other sites that they have. So what we can say is we should maximize all this platform and complement each other, not just like concentrating into a social media platform only. Right? So this is where I want to share about the part where we should leverage on the power of technology. So instead of, like I said earlier, just going into one platform, we should leverage and go into any platform that is available. Because even for my style, I don't just concentrate and tell all my users to just list everything in Estate 123. I will tell them to go to any platform available that they can go, as long as they can list the listings that they have. But the next thing is they should build their branding, because what I want to share here is it's not just about putting all your time or effort into a social media, but you should also spend time into listing sites as well as building your content, maybe blogs. But this one depends on whether you have the time and the resources or not. But social media and listing sites is something that you have to consider to do both together, right? So in social media blog, what we do is you create your brand, you share about knowledge, because a lot of people, when we talk into buying properties, right, a lot of people will want to find an agent that is knowledgeable, that can help them to give them information. And these are the types of agents that will get even more sales, right? And in the social media as well, grow your followers, right? Because once you grow your followers, then people will know you, and that is where you can even get being noticed by all the other prospects that are searching for property when they are using channels like YouTube, right? And most important, be known, right? Once you're being known by anyone, whenever people search for property, they will remember you, and then they will start to recommend you to other or to their friends, right? And then what we're going to do in the listing platform is you spend time to do the listings, right? Because in this platform, what you do is they have all these listing features there already to help you. They have the data analysis, and they have the marketing tools that is available to help you to do that. And most important, they will bring you quality leads, right? So finally, my second last slide here. So marketing without data is like driving with your eyes closed. Why do I say that? Is because if we are just going into a social media and then we just post there and we think that we can reach out to a lot of people, but end of the day, do we know who are the people that is actually seeing our ads or seeing our listings there? Do we know whether our listings is being seen or not? So this is where all the data comes in, because when you are listing in listing sites, the data is all there. You can know how many people view your listings, how many leads you get. So this is all data coming in. So make sure to not only concentrate into one platform, but go to any platform that is available. Merge between usage of listing platform, social media, YouTube, everything merge together. Okay. So my question is now, after you view my presentation, do you think a property marketplace or a listing portal still relevant? Right. So my last slide here. So if anyone have any more questions, or if you want to know more about Estate 123, you can go to Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. You just search for Estate 123, and we are in the channel there. I hope my sharing today is able to give everyone some insight about the importance of the real estate listing portal. All right, let me just at my screen here. Okay, so that's all the sharing that I have. Right, talk to everyone again. See you and bye.
During a massive storm, when most other birds are looking for shelter, eagles use their large wings to fly above the storm. Today's disruptive marketplace is nothing less than a storm, and we can conquer this storm like eagle by being at the top, that is, be world class. Hi, my name is Vikas Jain, and I have been helping businesses, brands, leaders, and professionals to become world class in their industry. And today, I am going to share the same, that how world-class mindset can enable, empower, and accelerate the digital transformation. Best thing about today's marketplace is that there are no rules. There are some niche brands who become world-class success. That's the best part. Worst thing about today's marketplace is that there are no rules. There are such poles apart recommendations, sometimes contradictory, which confuse an aspiring entrepreneur, leader, speaker, consultant, what to do and what not to do. Early in my career, I was having a discussion with fellow trainers and I told them, I want to become a keynote speaker. Somebody told me, Vikas, keynote speakers are people with gray hairs. And what I did, as you can see, I stopped coloring my hair for some time because I actually had gray hairs. But that strategy did not work for me and did not help me in my journey to become world class. So let's share what is required to become world class, how the environment is. The environment currently is very fast changing. But let me challenge you with one thought. Is change too fast or are we too slow to learn? Because in the same fast changing environment, there are victims of change and winners due to change. Your strategy, your preparation, your calibration will decide where you want to be. So in this game without any rule, can there be a light at the end of a tunnel? Yes, there is a strategy, and today I'm going to share the same with you. And the name of this strategy is Vikas World Class Quadrant. Now you might be wondering, Vikas, you are good at branding. But actually it's not me, it's my parents who kept my name 37 years ago. Vikas in Sanskrit means development. Hence, this is a strategy to develop yourself and your brand to become world-class in your industry. And that's what I learned during my journey of working with IBM and McAfee, and the same learning helped me crack the offer from Microsoft. But I wanted to share this strategy with the world to help aspiring brand and professionals to become world-class in their industry. And since then, I have been delivering keynotes and sharing this through my books and other material. And with those keynotes, I'm able to reach out to world-class brands and to help them further accelerate their journey. Talking about digital transformation, that is a key topic in today's time, especially in the post-pandemic area. The COVID-19 crisis has accelerated the digitization of customer interaction by several years. You can look at the gray bars and the black bars and the kind of acceleration that it received. But that is also true. When respondents were asked why their organization didn't implement these changes before the crisis, just over half said they weren't a top business priority. In that scenario, as per HBR, when executives were surveyed, they talked about the investment scale. Investment in digital reinvention was totaling more than $100 billion. So we can see there is good lot of investment happening in this sector. But talking about the research, that 70% of complex, large-scale change program don't reach their stated goal. So there is something wrong which is happening there. And let's see what is that thing. As per the same HBR study, many leaders reported poor return on digital investment due to unsuccessful efforts to scale digital innovation beyond early pilot work. So there are so many things which are happening. It's not just the game of intention and investment, because as we already see that it is already huge, but there is something else which is required for something to become the top. And that's something we are going to discuss today. And that thing is the world-class brand. And that is the quadrant where everybody is striving to get to the Gartner Magic Quadrant leadership panel. Now, let's discuss one by one about the 3 core parameters and factors which can help you become world-class in your journey. And the first one being science behind world-class brands. When we talk about world-class brand, majority of the internet searches will point out about brand, that how you can do branding and marketing. But the focus of this presentation is the word world-class. What is that thing that can help you become world-class? And when we look at this quadrant, there are 2 dimensions. So I started my research that what is the perception of word world-class in the mind of people? And I did this survey. What do you mean by world-class? A, best in the world. B, very high quality and performance. C, world famous. Before I share my survey result, you can also note down your understanding of word world-class so that when I show my survey result, you can see if your understanding is aligned with the masses perception. In the surveys, it was consistently shown that the world-class means very high quality in the mind of people. Hence, on the x-axis of this quadrant, we put quality, and on y-axis, popularity, because any world-class brand has to be popular in the world. And with this combination of quality and popularity, we get this quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's understand each and every one of this quadrant one by one. The quadrant 1. Quadrant 1 are those companies and brands which are known for their highest quality and their popularity. In your industry, can you name some quadrants which are known for their high quality and popularity? You can write down in your notebook so that it leaves a longer impression in your mindset. And these are quadrant 1 companies as per this quadrant. Then there are quadrant 2 brands and companies which are known for average quality but high popularity thanks to their marketing team, they are very popular. But when we use that brand, the experience may not be that great because of the average or below average quality. Then we have quadrant 3 companies and brands in industry, which are first having average quality and second average or no popularity. And if you look closely, majority of the industry lies there. And here comes the magic quadrant, the quadrant 4. These are the brands and companies which are known for their highest quality, but they are not that popular in the industry. You can say that these are kind of companies which are in stealth mode, that only experienced professionals are known about these industries and these companies. If you are a fan of Harry Potter, you can think of it as room of requirement, which only appears to those who really need it. And that is a quadrant which divides the industry in such a manner that it gives you a strategy to become world-class in your industry. As per my study, it is quite clear that after getting some success in quadrant 3, people try to go to quadrant 2 to get the right kind of popularity and start spending heavily on the marketing side. But when I closely studied the quadrant 1 companies, the companies which are market leaders, and look through their journey, the truth is something else. The majority of the quadrant 1 companies actually, even from the beginning, focused on developing their quality to the utmost. Hence, they followed the quadrant 4 approach. From quadrant 3, they moved to quadrant 4, which are known for their highest possible quality, even when they are not that popular. And after getting some attraction, some strength in their brand, they move to quadrant 1. And the same thing resonates with this TED Talk by Manu Kumar Jain, Xiaomi India country head, where he talks about marketing without advertising, where he clearly showcased the similar thing, that these are the company which focused on product innovation more than their marketing. And hence, their founders choose to head the engineering department while delegating the organizational leadership to someone else. And that's their commitment to the quality of the product. Let's move to the next step. And the next step is mastermind behind that world-class brand, which is their leadership. After my close study, it is quite clear that there is always a mastermind behind all these brands. Who can forget Steve Jobs behind Apple? And if you look at any other world-class brand, there is always a mastermind behind that. When I studied these mastermind people, I started interviewing people like Alan Mamadi, founder of Truecaller, Frederick Herron, who is a global speaker, Brian Tracy, a management guru, and Suman Saraf, founder of BlueStack. And I repeatedly saw some deep connection of these people with the world class. Directly or indirectly, their focus on their quality of product is so high, which is very high compared to the marketing thing. For example, Matsushita, founder of Panasonic, had shown a 250 years plan during one such conference. That is the vision of these world-class entrepreneurs. George Washington, as covered in his book, Self-Education of George Washington, covers that his insatiable habit and commitment towards self-education, which helped me in the long term. So all these master people have achieved certain mastery, which I call deep leaders learning iceberg. So what is visible from the top is just tip of that iceberg, whereas deeply these people are like walking learning magnet who are learning and reinventing themselves on a constant basis. When people hear the word learning, they usually receive a something small like ice cube, which is definitely not similar to what leaders think. Hence, if you want to really reinvent your brand, you need to keep reinventing your leadership team, because that's a mindset behind that world-class brand. Also, there is a close observation that many of these world-class leaders are college dropout, but they are not. learning dropout. So we need to focus and instill that habit of deep learning within these leaders who are there to create world-class brand. And that can happen through coaching and mentoring, which is one of the tools to develop these leaders. If you really want to get deeper into your site, you need to focus on all these aspects. And that same thing happened to me. I realized the role of mentoring early in my career. I watched a video with the name How to Be a Global Speaker. I was so interested in that video that I wrote an email to the person who delivered that talk, Frederick Herren, that I want to learn more from you. He replied, watch 2 other videos. I watched 2 other videos and replied back, I have watched those videos. How can I learn more from you? He said, read my blog. I read his blog, professionalspeaking.com, and there were 108 blogs which I completed in next 3 days, and replied, how can I learn more from you? And he said, there is a conference happening in Singapore and I live in India. So you can come over to attend that conference in Singapore and we can have the discussion. And this is my image of my being attending that conference in Singapore. And you can see the theme of the conference was world class, which is a sheer coincidence or a guidance from the nature. But when your mentor is suggesting you to do something, are you taking those actions? Because to become world class, you have to keep reinventing yourself. And that famous statue in Akshardham temple in India is a reflection of the same intention. Keep reinventing yourself, keep crafting yourself. And that was the second secret, second factor to become world class, which was world class leadership. What is the third one? Third one is the talent, which focused on execution. How you can nurture world-class talent in your organization. And for that, we again look at the similar quadrant, but with a difference. The difference now is, when I studied these people who are working in such brands, I found out that the people in the quadrant 1 and quadrant 4 are usually having deep skill type of talent, whereas professionals who are working in quadrant 2 and quadrant 3 type of companies are usually wide skill talent. Let me help you understand what is the difference between deep skill talent and wide skill talent here. Netflix CEO talks about why they pay so much, close to 10 times to the professionals that they have hired. And the reason is because they are 10 times better than average. So there is something unique about these deep skill talent which is attracting attention of all the top-notch entrepreneurs. There is a good book on art of computer programming written by Donnelly Nuth. The only thing which is very interesting about this book was Microsoft founder Bill Gates once said, if you think you are a really good programmer, or if you want to challenge your knowledge, The Art of Computer Programming by Donald E. Knuth, and he recommended to read that book. And in the end, he also mentioned one more thing. If you can read the whole thing, send me a resume. Just imagine what is the conviction going behind there among these entrepreneurs about the expertise that they are looking for. Same way, Google CEO Larry Page was known for personally reviewing each and every recruit, even when the company became very large. That is the commitment of these people of hiring the world-class talent. But when they are looking for world-class talent, what they are actually looking for in them? When I did this research, I found out that one of the major thing is that differentiate between people with wide skill talent and deep skill talent are these. Wide skill talent usually focus on tools and technology, whereas deep skill talent usually focus on fundamental science. For example, in the digital world, when wide skill talent is only talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data sciences, the deep skill talent is also focusing upon the mathematics, the statistics, and the algorithms behind them. The wide skill talent usually focus on delivery and getting things done. Whereas deep skilled talent rigorously focus upon the excellence, innovation. They are found to be very high on their learnability as well as learning agility, and they are usually self-managed. These are only some of those traits. But if you are looking for more traits, you can contact me through the email, which I'll share later. And when we talk about developing world-class talent, there is altogether well-established science behind that. And you might have heard about the Polgar experiment, where he raised 3 of his daughters and all of them became the grandmaster in chess. That is the science behind becoming world-class. And what works in one industry also works in another industry, which is the science to become world-class in your industry. The same quadrant is also sharing some deep insights from world-class quadrant. There are many, that number of market players, the world-class scoring and self-assessment system. There are other ways of looking at the same framework, the talent within each organization, which can further grow into these aspects. If you are really interested in learning all this, you can book a 30-minute consultation, complimentary session with me, or you can write me an email or connect me with through LinkedIn, Twitter, and other social media. If you really want to know how these people are nurtured, how to nurture that kind of talent and leaders, and how to develop and use the world-class quadrant for your brand to make it become world-class. Do you want to know the final secret to become world-class? Come closer. Do you really want to know the final secret to become world-class? Yes, the final secret is being world-class is not a destination. It is a journey. And join me in this journey of becoming world-class in your industry and fly like eagle. Thank you.
Personal model of influence, your personal influence. Now, as much as personal influence is required today, it has never been harder. And the reasons are many, they are all around us. That environment is so transparent that nothing is hidden, and you want to exert influence. We are visible, we are virtually naked today. There's nothing like privacy. Privacy is a myth, which means you cannot put on an act. Whatever you say, whatever you do, whatever you think, whatever your objectives, your compulsions, your motivations are, they are all out there for anyone to see. They just have to punch in your name into Dr. Google or Guru Google. Secondly, there is a trust deficit today. There is an underlying sense of cynicism. People don't trust each other very readily. And there is also a certain brand of anticipatory angst, is what I call it, because the media is full of bad news. After all, only bad news makes for news. When has good news ever made news? Therefore, it is very, very hard today to exert influence. There is a collapse of authority. Patriarchy has been called into question. There is the levels, the various levels, and unquestioned obedience is a thing of the past. And imagine in this environment where even the algorithms play hooky, you can't trust the algorithms. They are on their own trip. So we have a world which is flat, which is flaky, and which has mood swings all the time. It's hard to predict. And in this kind of an environment, You want to cultivate influence. Why? Because how on earth are you going to achieve your objectives without any influence? How are you going to collaborate if there is no influence? How are you going to run and lead and create teams? How are you going to put into practice your projects and your plans? What use are objectives and goals if you can't achieve them? And how do you do that without influence? Particularly today, for the exact same reason that influence is difficult to exert, it is crucial to exert. Therefore, what are the elements of influence in today's day and time? What is the impact of that influence? Are there ways to cultivate that influence? Just look around us and see for yourself, who are the people who have influence? Who are the people you reach out to? What are their qualities? What is it about them that makes them stand out? Why do people listen to them or follow them? These are the things I will be addressing in my talks, and you should ask me the question, a very valid one: why me? What is it about me that makes me some kind of an authority on this subject? I'm not an authority on this subject. However, my personal experience has been such that I join organizations, I join companies, I join setups, I join communities, and within no time, like a cork, C-O-R-K, cork, in a Dead Sea, I rise to the top. And do you know how that happens? It happens because, I'll tell you in my talk, there are a couple of secrets which I have realized only in the recent past. I never strategically stopped to consider how I was asserting this influence. It was happening on its own. It was stealing up on me. I've read all kinds of books on asserting influence, on exerting influence. So many n number of habits to influence friends and win over people. The laws of success, reams and reams and reams have been written about how to win friends and influence people. There are strategies. I don't have a map strategy, and that's not what I have consciously followed. For me, influence has been all about integrity. Integrity. Influence equals integrity in my book. To be a model of influence, you first need to be a model human being. I know it is not considered cool. It is not the same as being street smart. It is not the same as being strategic or calculating. It is not. But I do believe that ultimately that is the most powerful, the most enduring, and the most substantial, lasting, authentic, true, honest influence that you can ever have on anyone. Be a model human being. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? That means you keep your word. That means you acknowledge that somebody has sent you a message. That means you revert. That means you follow up. These are becoming oddities. They're becoming scarce things. People are not showing each other courtesy anymore. The simple rules of consideration, of mutual respect, civility, what you call, that has just gone missing. Poof, like air, hot air is gone. Now, influence is also very important for us because It is something I believe we owe ourselves and those we love and care for, because it is that circle of influence that will ensure that you lead a life of dignity, that you lead a life of grace. You need support all the time. That goes without question. So I believe we owe ourselves, each one of us, our circles of influence, and with every one such potent, progressive, and productive circle, the ripple effect grows. And in time, the earth is calmer, the earth is happier, the earth is more content. This race, this constant feeling of being threatened, of being outsmarted, of being left behind, of not being enough, not just good enough, not being enough, that will go, I believe, if we are all able to bring together our circles of influence. Talking of influence, one thing I want to make clear here is that we are not discussing Insta influence. That is a different kind of paid influence. There are magazines like CEO Insights, for example. There are others. That is a different story. That is a kind of advertising. But remember that even Insta influence stems from something deeply, deeply personal. Behind those filtered images, behind all that glamour and glitz and stories and tricks, there are people. And it's their values, their sense of conviction, their inner themes, their truth that is reflected. And that is how they stack up influence. So it's not the Insta influence kind of influence I'm talking about. We're talking about an influence that you get to exert because of your very, very deep expertise, for instance. Success is something that no one can argue with. That is the kind of influence that one is discussing here, and how to acquire that influence. Now, expertise, of course, without question, is one way you do that. You also do that by just doing things that a lot of other people don't want to do. In fact, my qualification for many of the assignments that I've taken up has been that, well, nobody else wanted to do that because it involved a certain sense of, how shall I put it, a sense of the bigger picture. And not everybody has that vision because we are too busy what is called navel gazing or shooting ourselves in the foot half the time because of all these scripts that we buy into. What's in it for me? Is this transaction working for me? What do I stand to gain from this? What is it that I want? These are scripts that we buy into, and we forget how deeply we are connected with each other, and that there is a bigger picture that we all stand to gain from. So a very, very potent way of exerting influence, of gaining influence, is keeping the bigger picture in mind, doing what others are not doing and working backwards from that. And believe you me, for a person who is doing that, they may not necessarily be trying to craft influence. But if you do this, influence has a habit of stealing up on you, willy-nilly. Work comes to those who work. Influence comes to those who influence the events around them with their actions. That is how you acquire influence. However, I have to sound a note of warning here. There's something that happens when you begin to grow in influence. People around you feel threatened. It's human nature. And if you are not sensitive to it, if you become so arrogant in your thinking that you're just doing good work, all you're doing is working. All you're doing is exercising your faculties and expanding and applying and converting and concretizing. But you don't realize that the more you grow, the more people around you feel threatened. And that sometimes can take surprising shapes. I learned it the hard way. So it's important to be sensitive to the environment around you, be sensitive to people, their feelings around you, and carry them along if you want to continue to influence the course of history. And I'm talking about that level of influence, where you're actually moving forward with momentum in a direction which is going to bring lasting benefits, lasting value, which is really going to make a huge difference to the lives of people around you. That's the kind of influence I'm talking about. And here I want to talk of two more factors. One is ego. Ego is the enemy of influence. And I just shared with you what happens when you start to grow in influence. Ego is the enemy of influence. That is one. And second, I do believe that there is a gender perspective to influence today. That is something I want to talk about in this presentation, because there is almost, I hate to say this, a gender war taking place around us. Under the surface, over the surface, I don't know. But from a demand, a call for equality between the two genders, we've come to a situation today where we are saying there's no distinction between the genders, and that is not true. That there's something strange that's happening from an egalitarian feminism. The new age feminism has taken on a color of retribution or retaliation, which is not good for society, which is not good for humans, which is not good for a peaceful, robust survival of the species on the planet. So gender perspective is very important whenever we are discussing influence. Now, my signature influence is that I do connect with people. I do get things done. I ask questions and I don't wait to find out what's happening. I just move on. And these are not things that I'm saying. These are things that the environment is telling me. So my question to you would be, what is your signature influence? And finally, what are you going to do to craft your unique model of personal influence? Attend my talk, join me to discuss this crucial subject, which is very important, but very hard to acquire today. See you. Thank you.
Hello， 大家好，非常高兴又在这里见到呢，我们来自世界各地的热爱学习的 Adapt Convention 的参与者哦，非常的棒呢，也很荣幸今天能够在这里呢，再一次呢跟大家会面啊。去年呢，我跟大家来一个认识，来一个互动，来一个交流，我跟大家分享了关于这个家庭跟事业呢，一位事业女性怎么样可以取得平衡呢？今年经历了1年的时间啊，当然也有一些新的感悟，想要跟大家来做一个分享的。很感谢线上这么多朋友呢，给我们来了留言啊，好棒的！这里呢，想要跟大家分享关于这个团队成长3倍的秘诀啊，也就是说呢，在去年到今年，我的这个房地产的销售团队 人员已经成长了超过3倍了，也就是从700个人呢，到现在已经2400位的这个房地产的中介。那么我们这个无底薪制的房产销售团队，为什么在1年的时间里面可以有这么大的成长？今天想要一个欢喜的心呢，来跟大家来做这个分享啊。好的，请容许我呢用小小的时间来分享，来介绍我自己一下啊。好的，我的名字是陈玉珊啊，也就是 Fiona 去呢，很多朋友都是这样称呼我的啊。我自己本身现在是在 IQI Global 集团里面呢当副总裁，也是自己的这个销售团队哈 United Group 的总裁。很高兴呢在这边能够有机会跟大家结缘，希望能够线上线下呢都跟大家来做一个朋友，好不好啊？我自己在那个马来西亚讲师协会里面也是一位合格的讲师啊。在这个整个事业的发展当中呢，我们是提倡快乐工作，达成梦想，带领着呢所有的团队成员一家齐心，共赢天下啊！把房地产的这个事业，把这个热爱家庭的这个心呢，拓展到世界各地每一个角落去啊！在这边想要跟大家讲一讲团队成长3倍的秘诀当中啊，这个是为什么我们需要这样做呢？因为个人是非常有限的，也就是呢，我们自己一个小小的力量呢，只能够自己一个人在做，对不对？可是当我们拓展团队，我们找到跟我们呢有一样共同频率，跟我们一样呢有共同理想，跟我们一样呢有共同爱好，甚至跟我们一样有共同使命感的朋友在一起的时候，我们就可以组成一个团队了。当团队的成员增加了以后，我们就可以去实现我们的共同梦想啊！每一个人的小梦想去实现，也就是呢共同的梦想，帮助整个社会，帮助呢整个世界呢越来越美好啊！我们有着这个共同的文化理念是非常关键的一点。首先，我们这一群人能够走在一起，形成一个团队，最主要的是我们有这个共同的文化理念。我们会在想要在自己的这个专业方面呢，有这个更大的提升。我们呢，想要获取更多呢房地产的知识，我们呢，想要呢给予更好的服务顾客，然后我们甚至有一个呢热爱的心，让我们可以帮助每一位顾客找到他们的梦想的合适的家园。这个就是我们在一起的共同文化理念了哈。当然我们也融合到 adapt 到这个呢公司的这个想法，我们公司的这个文化理念当中，能够让我们可以共同的一起走得更远哈。好的，在这个秘诀当中啊，第一招也就是可以找到你的核心领导啊，请大家在大家的事业当中呢去找到核心领导。我们说了，我们有一个大团队嘛，对不对？这样大团队呢必须要有领导者来发号施令，有领导者来引领这个路向哈。我非常的感恩，在这个过去的时间当中呢，我们有9位的共同创办人，我们在一起共同的去发展这一份事业。我们大家呢有着相同的文化理念，我们大家呢有着共同的频率，我们甚至呢都有着一起呢学习成长的一颗心啊，活到老学到老啊。我们呢外表虽然老，可是我们就有着一颗年轻活力的心啊。在这边看到我们的分享，就知道我们每一个呢都是非常的年轻活力，对不对？太好了，请你记得在你的这个工作事业当中，要发展团队的这个道路上面呢，必须找到你的 core team， 也就是核心的领导哦。只有核心的领导能够呢去创造跟带领 更多的团队成员有着这么一个快乐开心的脸孔哈。你看我们大家联合同心在一起，不管区域啊，不管你来自何方，不管你的生活阶层是怎么样，不管你来自怎么样的一个背景，我们的都把你在一起融合当中。所以整个文化理念呢，领导者甚至是每一位团队成员要有着一颗耐心，要有着一颗恒心，可以共同的接纳每一位人哈。第二个秘诀在这边想要分享的呢，就是一个成功的培训系统。只有培训系统呢，能够帮助我们进人、育人跟留人。这3点呢，第一点进人，进人呢是可以呢让我们的朋友，共同理念的朋友很轻易的可以来到我们的身边，很容易的可以进入到我们的平台，很方便的可以跟我们共同去打拼。这个就是在一个进人的过程当中我们要留意的哈。第二点呢是育人的这个部分，在育人当中呢，我们很注重全方位的培训，也就是除了专业的房产知识之外，我们呢更给予呢相关系领域的上游、下游，甚至是个人成长的这个部分，都做全方位的培训。因为当你能够自我肯定在这个事业当中的定位的时候呢，你就可以跟每一个团队成员一起来去前进跟成功啊。第3点提到的是留人的系统，在这个留人的系统里面，给予每一个成员是怎么样的一个肯定、支持、鼓励、赞赏，甚至是奖励的方式呢？这就很关键啦。请问在你的事业当中，你有没有做好了整个培训系统呢？我们这个成功的培训系统能够让每一位团队成员呢跟我们在一起，不管是小的培训或大的培训，不管是这个手机上应用的系统，或者是呢电脑里面要执行的系统，甚至是呢在工作上面、行动上面、销售程序上面我们要做的系统呢，都是一致化的进行哈。好，在这里更重要的要提到一个同在的精神啦啊，就是不管是线上还是线下，怎么样让我们的团队成员呢，每一位跟你在一起打拼的这个成员当中，他可以感觉到你跟他是一起来经历这一个成长成功的过程。也就是说呢，特别是当他面对沮丧、挑战、问题、迷茫，甚至是在抉择的道路当中的时候，我们是怎么样的一个方式，有什么样的一个管道，可以跟每一个人呢做这个沟通，可以让他们知道我们陪着他们一起去把这个挑战完成，可以去把这个障碍除掉，甚至呢把这个问题给解决了啊。这个是非常非常重要的一个同在的精神了哈。好的，第3个秘诀，团队能够很快的去成长的，也就是整个奖励系统啦，目标非常的清晰了啊。好的，目标的清晰呢，可以让每一个团队成员在他自己的生活目标、事业目标，甚至到我们共同团队的一个呢扩展的目标、达成的业绩的目标，还有公司给予更大的使命的大目标，这个都是呢每一个人都要去完成的事情啊。我们要做到的是跟紧着公司的策略哦，这个是不能够分开的一点啊。还有呢，团队当中的培训也必须要呢掌握在自己的学习当中，让自己可以更高的去提升整个在竞争市场里面的价值啊。好的，再来呢，就是设定好了这个目标之后呢，是怎么样呢？ 要记得去庆祝每一个里程碑，不管你是达到一个小的成就，或者是你达到一个大的成就，我们在每一个里程碑当中，它都值得 mark 下来，它都值得 celebrate 啊，让我们可以跟每一个人呢，经历了整个生命的蜕变的过程的时候，就是这个快乐的、真实的、实在的脸孔了哈。最后不要忘记提醒大家的一点是，必须要有一颗感恩的心哈，必须要有一颗感恩的心。像刚才大家看到的哈，我不是一个人在奋斗，我有我的生命伴侣，也就是我的先生，跟我一起共同创立的这个团队，甚至呢有这个全国各地9位的这个共同创办人领导啊，共同一起去前进。再下来呢，还有呢200位的这个团队领袖呢，在各自的岗位上面呢，为自己的目标奋斗之外呢，也共同为这个团队呢尽了一份非常非常有意义的力量哈。最后呢，不要忘记提醒刚才的那一句感恩的心。很开心在这边呢线上见到每一位热爱学习的伙伴啊，每一位热爱分享的交流的朋友们，在这边呢这1年当中，大家当然非常不容易的度过来，在度过了之后呢，我们有更深一层的领悟跟学习，更让我有一个触动的心，也就是在这么短的时间里面能够做了一个这么大的突破跟成长啊，这个肯定是每一个团队成员的努力哈，这个是我们呢就是上下同心结合在一起所取得的一个成果。那么我也祝福在这里呢想要拓展团队的每一位来学习的伙伴呢，也希望你能够在你的这个事业当中好好的去落实，找到你的核心领导core team OK。 第二呢，也就是这个培训的系统呢要去完善它，属于你不同行业不同的领域当中的一个培训系统，只有这个教育才能够让事业走得更远跟更久第3点，把自己的目标清晰的设立好，让每一个团队成员也都定下他想要完成的目标，他应该要达到跟突破的那个目标点这3点呢实实在在的落实下去。成功是没有秘诀，只有大量的行动，不断的行动，重复的行动，检讨了再行动，才能够取得更好的成长跟成就。好的，在这里祝福大家，感谢大家跟大家来这里做一份结缘，跟大家来这里做一个分享。好，谢谢，拜拜。
everyone, my name is Leza Klenk and I'm the CEO of Spenless Group. So Spenless Group is basically a tech company and we have several divisions investing in educational tech, beauty tech, and we also own a digital and marketing agency. So I lead a team of 6 countries, a team that span over 6 countries, and I do have a network of more than 25,000 beauty resellers and coaches in collaborations that we work with for our clients all over the world. But additionally, on top of that, I'm also a personal branding expert, a personal branding coach, mainly for LinkedIn. So I personally have actually built my brand on LinkedIn over the last 4 years since 2017, and I have gathered over 125,000 followers with high engagement. Now, while this may not be so important considering about the number of following we should have on social media, but the thing is, it helped me a lot. So when I first started out in business, I generally is a nobody with a simple idea and trying to take my idea off the ground. But when I built a powerful and influential personal brand on LinkedIn, where all my B2B clients are there, my stakeholders, shareholders, my merchant partners, my license partners, they are all on LinkedIn. So when I built my presence over there over the last 4 years, I managed to seize opportunities from the right target audience to help me raise capital investment for my business, helping me sell and franchise to get the licenses of my company, helping me, get connected to people who then become my partners or my employees, and of course, getting my clients based there. So all in all, I've grown a lot because of the opportunities available on LinkedIn that I could only acquire and attract because I built a prominent and distinguished personal brand on LinkedIn platform itself. So now, as you know, we're entering in a world where a lot of things are happening online, including fostering relationship with people we've never met before, in countries we've never been before. So regardless what you are doing right now, whether you are a real estate negotiator or whether you're running your own business or whether you are, a corporate employee, regardless of where your position is, it becomes imperative for you to build your personal brand, control the narrative of yourself, highlighting your best qualities and what you can offer to people. Because you never know, maybe most of the people who view your profile online may not need you in their life, but there could be a selective few who would think that you are a right match for them, and they will be designing opportunities for you to scale up in your career, giving opportunities for your business to thrive, or potentially be your client and contact you when they want to buy a real estate property. Okay, so while we get over already the importance of personal brand on LinkedIn, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes to actually elaborate more on why LinkedIn is basically important. So on the screen right now is exactly how I introduced myself earlier. I'm also a guest lecturer in several universities, and I've actually lectured more than 40 universities over the last 3 years. Now, all these opportunities, speaking gigs, giving publicity, and even being part of ADAPT convention today, IQI Global, thank you for having me. I actually got connected to them via LinkedIn. So I'm really excited to contribute another year of knowledge and hopefully more wisdom than I did last year to their audiences. So thank you once again for tuning in to my presentation. Now, a winning brand is actually like an iceberg. Sometimes when you see somebody doing so well with their personal brand on LinkedIn, you can see how influential that person is, how powerful that person is, how come every time this person types or posts, a lot of people are engaging with this person, and she probably got hundreds of leads every week. And you kind of admire that person because she is noticed in the digital space and her brand is attracting her opportunities that's even visible to you. But take note that the job of actually building a personal brand is not as easy as a straight cut 1, 2, 3. What you can see normally is about people's persona and how they present themselves, their brand identity, and probably the logo of the company they represent. A little bit of content, including digital storytelling, triggering emotions of their readers, and as well as probably having a website, a proper call to action in how they garner leads. But to be honest, you need to invest time in planning a lot of things when it comes to building a reputable and sustainable personal brand. So what you don't see is actually the groundwork behind it, and which is why sometimes I do recommend having a coach. And I am a coach myself, and I've helped over 180 people to plan the strategy of how they should build their personal brand on LinkedIn or any other social media places. Okay, what you don't see is these things: positioning, business model, customer journey. You need to understand where your customers are located, specifics of your target audience, and how is their behavior when it comes to making a purchase decisions. These are the things you need to analyze before you decide the kind of content to win them over or foster relationship for long-term returns. Okay, the messaging, the core value, the target audience, marketing strategy, the brand path and architectures, and all the tasks and priorities that you need to do, follow-up process in order for you to initiate conversations and take the lead. Okay, so it is not as straight cut as it is, but with a coach, you can have a proper strategy to eventually build your personal brand on LinkedIn. So how a personal brand can build a network? Well, obviously being online, the internet allows us to basically connect with more people. Now, not everybody wants to call you and have a conversation to inquire or make the time to travel and meet you in person to talk about business or an opportunity. But sometimes people like to do their due diligence or their research at their own time. So when you have a brand or when you have a social presence and you're sharing properties, for example, about what people should be looking out for, there's a great deal in town or a new property just opened up in a very popular area. So all these things are information that you nurture your audience so that they can make the judgment themselves. They can analyze, they can see the content that you share, they can see the details of the house, how much money is it to own it, and they have all this information in their hand before they decide to take it further by contacting you when they are serious. Okay, so posting content on LinkedIn is the best way to get started so that your brand is visible to your potential audience. And the content, like I mentioned earlier, gives a reason for other people to get in contact with you. If you're on social media and you have a LinkedIn account, but you're not posting anything, you're not saying anything, nobody really knows what property you have. Nobody really knows what you represent. And that's the problem. You don't give people enough content to build reasons on why they should be making contact and doing business with you. Okay, and remember, while you build a network, you have to think about how you can add value to lives of others. Now, just a simple tip, especially for you real estate negotiators, what you can do is not just putting up property for people to consider buying, but give value by, educating people. What are the things to look out for when they hire an agent? What are things to look out for when they try to put their property in the market? What should be the evaluation price and how can they get the evaluation price of their home fairly? What kind of customers they should be looking out for. So these are the things that you can help somebody who's intending to either buy or sell property. And when you add value to someone, when you influence their thoughts, when you provoke their thinking, they kind of bond with you because they appreciate you and they look at you as a brand expert or authority. And when people trust you enough because they look up to you as an expert, there's a higher chance that they'll be choosing you as their real estate negotiator or agent when they decided to finally sell off or buy their property. So exactly why personal branding is important. Number one, it allows you to control your own image without putting in the hands of Google or other people. Now remember, okay, you are made up of good things. Yes, maybe one or two, you have some flaws in business that didn't happen the way you want it to happen. But there's also good things that you have done for your customers and your clients 90% of the time. So if you don't narrate your own story, if you don't share your own experiences, then people who want to do their research on you or who wants to know more about you have to depend on content that people write about you. So what if someone else write a bad experience of you? Now you're going to let them dictate your reputation because your potential customers will be reading all the negative things other people are typing about you when probably it's not true. So it is very important that you take control of how your reputation needs to be remembered by the people who follows you. So be authentic and be, generous with sharing knowledge, and that's how you can be seen as an expert. Now, trust is very important because like Mark Zuckerberg say, right, people influence people. So if I get to see you, I definitely would learn to trust you more. For a simple analogy, if someone comes to my door with a brown paper bag over their head and they're trying to sell me something, I definitely am not buying because I don't see the person's face. I'm going to assume that this person has a reason to hide his face. Maybe he's trying to scam me. And that's a natural thinking of what people have in their mind when they see somebody without a visual face or an expression. So very important that you appear because that means you own it and you show up and you're going to be responsible for whatever you say or whatever that you offer. Now, values is very important. So more than just trying to give a great service, it's all about you as a person. If people know you as a person, when you share stories and experiences that tells you are smart, that tells you're thoughtful, that tells you're going beyond, that tells that you're hardworking, these automatically build your character perception. And people will remember you as those characters. They may not exactly remember every detail of your story when you help that client find a property after midnight, but they definitely remember the kind of person you are, hardworking and always doing beyond. And that is the character you want them to remember you for. So when they eventually contact you, you know that they have already trusted you enough. Now, grow, of course, when you put yourself on the internet, you're actually literally making conversation, connecting, and shaking hands with a lot more people than if you actually turn up for a physical event. And a personal brand can connect you potential new businesses, new opportunities, and new relevant people and stakeholders that can help you elevate your business or your career to the next level. Now, the personal branding wheel includes your unique traits, emotional intelligence, your self-image, values and purpose, your name and your story. You are as unique as yourself. So it's not a benchmark of comparison that I am better than that person or that person is better than me. Because at the end of the day, every one of us are just different. We may be going to the same school, we may be living in the same country, we may have the same industry, but at the end of the day, our experience on a day-to-day basis is very personalized to each of us because each of us make different decisions. We have different interests. Our passions lies differently. So therefore, we have carried different knowledge and wisdom that we can give out to the world, not in comparison with our competitor. So the more people get to know you as in the real you, the more people bonded with you, it doesn't matter whoever else is trying to poach them, because if they already trust you, that relationship is important for any business transaction. So I'm actually going to show you the personal branding roadmap. Now, some of the steps here is something that you can actually remove and you don't have to do all 12 steps. But generally, these are the 12 steps that is kind of important when you build your personal branding roadmap. So it's always starting with determining where you are today and where you want to be. So today, for example, you run a business that has 10 orders a day. So eventually you want to run a business that has 1,000 orders a day. So you have a vision, a sense of direction of where you want to be in your professional career. Next, it's about identifying a specialized area of expertise. So what are you really good at? What kind of knowledge do you have that you can educate people based on the experience and expertise that you're having? And number 3 is defining your audience as specific as possible. If all your properties are premium, selling over 1 million ringgit, then definitely the kind of audience that you want to attract are people who do earn a certain threshold of income in order to be able to afford the properties you show. Assess your skills. What are your capabilities? This also means that if you have very poor skills in writing, very poor skills in taking photographs, very poor skills in crafting content, this is when you probably need help or tools to help you get organized. That goes on to step 5. Step 7, determine who's going to help you. Now, sometimes getting exposure on LinkedIn can be quite difficult. Why? Because you don't have that much connections on LinkedIn. So I'm going to suggest that maybe you should consider synergizing with someone else, doing a collaboration, being part of somebody's podcast, because only then you get to outreach to more people outside your comfortable circle or first connections on LinkedIn. You can create your media kit, which includes, graphic design. If you want to share some PDF tips, you can also design an inspirational quote. You can also design your brochure so that when people actually get in contact with you, you have a media kit to actually give them the information they're asking for quickly. You can enhance your bio or build your website, have an online form, call to action, lead people to WhatsApp you. So this is just basically some of the ways of how people can actually get connected with you after your personal brand on LinkedIn brings them to your attention. Step number 10, you can blog, or if you have a website, that's also fine. So you don't really need to lead somebody else to a proper blog to read, because if people are after information, they can WhatsApp you and you can update them with the information that they want. For example, about a certain property. Step 11 is set up your conversion tools, which means that if you have a link, an online form that people are ready to buy your products or people are ready to book an appointment, for example, you can set up Calendly as an app, a third-party app that can help people book a session with you or an appointment to view the property. And lastly is set up your social media profile. Now, you don't have to be on every single social media and stretch yourself thin. Just think very carefully about which social media will be most suitable for your audience and focus on 1 or 2. If you feel that you're stretching across 15 different social media profiles from Twitter, Pinterest, Facebook groups, Instagram, LinkedIn, honestly, you're all over the place. And because you're all over the place, you won't be able to provide quality customer care or quality conversation with people who are genuinely interested. So for me, try to analyze properly which social media will make sense to your audience and find them there. Now, I do a lot of coaching and learning as well to help people actually get started with personal branding. So these are just some of my modules that I do cover. And I wrote up to 7 modules for those of you who's even interested to take your personal brand higher to a public figure status on LinkedIn. Now, I believe that LinkedIn is a great and powerful social media platform where you can get deep pocket investors, stakeholders, or property buyers over there. And I hope that if you have not really utilized your presence on LinkedIn, this 2022 will be a great step on making that change. If you need any help, of course, let me know, and I'll be most happy to assist you by starting with probably analyzing your LinkedIn profile and see how you can optimize your bio better there. I wish you all the best in building your personal brand, and of course in your business as well. And I want to thank again to IQI Global for having me again one more time this year as a speaker for your ADAPT convention. So all the best. And if you'd like to find me on LinkedIn, my name will be Leza Klenk. You'll find me there. And I hope to carry on this conversation with you over time. All the best.
Hi everyone, good day. Okay, having almost 20 years in real estate industries, comprising of real estate development, investment, valuation, corporate and real estate management, marketing and leasing, actually allow me to understand what actually the nature of the real estate market. My name is Anuar Husin, a registered property surveyor, is currently attached to one of the GLC government-linked company in Malaysia. Today, I wish to talk about the relevant topics, okay? The sustainable topic, we call it the smart city, a way forward. Thank you for the organizer, ADAPT International Virtual Convention 2021. For inviting me to speak about the smart city. Okay, let's look what actually the smart city. Smart city, you can find so many definition over this search engine. Okay, as defined by IBM, actually smart city, something that makes an optimal use for all the interconnected information that available today, okay, to better understand and control its operation and then optimize the use of the limited resources. If we look the definition saying about the leveraging of the availability of the resources, for instance, the technology, okay, that actually available today, okay, with optimizing them in respect of delivering a message, okay, to the communities. We can look a few contexts from smart city. What actually the main important point that when we talk about the smart city, for sure the first and the important and very crucial things is connectivity. That's why we call it the smart connectivity. It's very important, the fiberization, okay, the infrastructure, the hardware, okay, the policymakers actually get ready all the things in place, okay, to ensure what actually we are looking forward for 5G. It's very important to understand what actually the important and the crucial of the connectivity. All right, the second one is a smart energy. Okay, we can talk about the smart energy in terms of what actually energy actually being energized, okay, for the certain context of the smart city development. Okay, nowadays largely actually people and a lot of countries actually moving to renewable energy. So in short, there will be for instance, in Malaysia, largely we talk about the solar energy. The third one is actually the smart civilian and security. Okay, this actually to capture what actually the real-time data, actually happening on a daily basis. Okay, it's very crucial as well. Okay, to ensure that the security actually is well taken care. Then next is a smart mobility and accessibility. If we look the car parking or parking management and the parking system, is now actually evolved in terms of putting a sensors, in terms of delivering message, okay, to the users, okay, provision of the charging EV station, okay, and also the smart health education, where actually the smart city works together in terms of putting the others sub segment by making the smart city more resilient, robust, and sustainable for many years to come. When we look at the history of the smart city, it was started back in sometime in 1960s, 1970s in the States, in the US. Okay, we actually started with the first generation of the smart city to understand what actually the implication of the technology of a daily life. Then led by the second generation, where actually they look how actually smart technologies and other innovation that could create a join up a municipal solution, where actually they look collaboration, okay, with the local authorities. Then the third generation that we are looking now is take a control away from the technology providers and city leaders, instead of creating a model that involve the public and enable the social inclusion and the community engagement. Is more robust in terms of participation, of the relevant stakeholders to make the smart city succeed. All right, then if we look behind what would be yesterday. Yesterday we would say just a home, yesterday maybe just a home. Today we can see largely is a smart home, where actually you can see gated and guarded communities, even some system actually being embedded in certain development scheme, housing scheme, and moving forward. Okay, in Malaysia we look for a really sustainable smart city, where actually we gather all the information, okay, via devices that we call it IoT devices or sensors, that actually having a very structured modus operandi, where actually the sensors that we can see collecting all the data, real-time data, then the data actually being analyzed, okay, being analyzed to gain what actually the insight, okay, into the operation in the city services. This actually provide what actually the gap analysis in terms of hiccup, delay and whatnot. Then the data actually being communicated. Okay, the result of the data will be they actually being analyzed, are communicated for decision makers perspective, what actually need to be done in terms of improving, in terms of enhancing, in terms of strengthening, okay, in terms of whatever that actually related to the operation, the policy, Then the last one is the action. Action need to be taken in terms of improving, make the things more efficient, It's very important. Okay, the smart city telling us that the real-time data is very crucial for them to make relevant decision to ensure all the elements, the context that I mentioned just now about smart connectivity, smart civilian and security, smart energy, all actually can be properly managed efficiently. Okay, what actually the rationale of the smart city? If you look globally, the urbanization and migration is one of the factors. Okay, 54% of the world population live in cities and expected to rise to 66% by 2050, of which adding another 2.5 billion people to the urban population over the next 3 decades. So you can see in Malaysia, there will be a decentralization, meaning to say when there is a concentration within the city center, then we can see how actually the urbanization actually moving upward and downwards. Okay, for instance, in Putrajaya, in Cyberjaya, so they put it KL East, KL South, okay, KL North. This is part of the urbanization that actually happening in the city center. That's why it's very important to make the smart city is a true story. Is something that very important to the local communities. Okay, the smart city allow as well the citizens and local government authorities to work together to launch the initiative and use the smart city technologies to manage assets and resources in the growing urban environment. Actually, the rationale about having a smart city, and also the smart city can provide the urban environment that deliver very high quality of life to residents while also generating economic growth. Meaning to say, you can see the economic activity within the smart city being active and resilient. Okay, therefore they can actually generate the economic growth to the community as well. It's become important in the light of the future population growth in urban areas where more efficient use of infrastructure and asset will be required. Okay, the smart city improvement also provide a new value from the existing infrastructure while creating a new revenue stream and operational efficiency. So when we talk about the sustainability of the smart city, for sure this need to be projected. Okay. The sustainability in terms of improving the efficiencies in urban areas and improve the citizen welfare, not only for the development as well, but also the community, the stakeholders that actually related within the circle of the smart city. Smart city also could help to alleviate the negative effect, for instance, currently using the fossil fuels, to power. And also this can be done, to alleviate, okay, this negative effect via implementation of the electric transport system, like the electric vehicles, to reduce the emission. Okay, then the sustainable transport option also is very important to reduce the number of cars in urban areas. Okay. As the autonomous vehicle are expected to reduce the need of a car ownership amongst the population. Okay, one fine day. This is creating the sustainable solution that could deliver environmental and societal benefit. In terms of security, okay, we look in terms of security, we look at availability. Okay, the data need to be available in real time with a reliable access in order to make sure it's perform the function in monitoring the various part of the smart city, okay, infrastructure. So the real-time data availability, the reliable access is very important. The integrity of the data also must not only readily available, but must be accurate. It also means to safeguard against any manipulation from the outside. Confidentiality in terms of the sensitivity of the data needs to be strictly kept and safe from other unauthorized access. This may be used by mean of use the firewall, or anonymizing data. Accountability, the system user need to be accountable for their action and interaction with the sensitive data system. Okay, user log should be recorded. Who actually accessing the data? This actually showing the ownership and accountability for the from the security perspective. The legislation need to be properly in place before the smart city actually being embarked, being actually realized. Okay, in terms of the laws, local laws, building bylaws and whatnot need to be properly prepared in place. Okay, let's look what actually the example of the smart city that actually in the world. For instance, in Hong Kong, with a population of 7.5 million, actually the smart city exposed in terms of street lighting. The smart lamp posts embedded with the sensors actually has gone one step further and developed them for the future 5G compatibility. Is very important. Okay, now in Malaysia, the 3G is going to be written off very soon. Okay, those actually devices that actually specifically compatible for 3G, okay, they need actually to find the new device that actually can being compatible to the 4G or even get ready for 5G. So you can also find a smart city mobile friendly dashboard which show the user's images, maps, information relating to the very precipitation and relating to the temperature, parking availability in real time. Okay, New York, with the population of the 8.6 million, okay, has launched the Smart City Pilot program that places 100 of smart sensor and emerging technologies throughout the different districts in 2020. The collected data allow the city to manage services such as waste management, how actually to operationalize the waste management in terms of efficiency, online charging station that replacing a phone booth to help promote the connectivity to the population. Our neighbor, Singapore, also considered one of the smartest cities in the world with an increasingly aging population with a very limited land. The government is focusing on digital technologies and initiative to raise the productivity in the country, advanced economy. The smart technologies are already integrated, okay, throughout the country's housing. And by 2022, the government planned to have energy efficient lighting on the public road and solar panel on the rooftop for at least 6,000 buildings. This actually to house the smart city for 5.9 million approximately, okay, with the dedicated location. In Dubai, that recently went through the 7-year plan to digitally transform all government and economic services, including communication, urban planning, transportation, and many more. Most of these services are now digitized and accessible to citizens through a Dubai Now apps. So this is actually what we are talking about. The apps actually can be accessed at the stakeholders largely. Okay, AI, artificial intelligence, is being utilized in the transportation sector and help very significant reduce fatigue-related traffic, okay, collision. Automation has been leveraged, okay, by the police, and the city already has 3 autonomous police stations. Okay, not to forget the smart city challenges. Okay, to cut short, there is a need of the alignment between the private and public sectors, okay, with the resident, so that everyone can positively contribute to the community in terms of policy, availability of the policies, regulation, okay, in terms of products, in terms of the relevant resources. Need also to be transparent and available to citizens via the open data portal or mobile app. This allows actually residents to engage with the data and complete personal tasks, for instance, like paying bill, finding efficient transportation option, assessing energy consumption, so and etc. This requires a solid and secure system of data collection and storage to prevent hacking or misuse. The largest challenge in the smart city, not only in Malaysia but worldwide, is the connectivity. With 1,000 of the million or even million IoT devices or sensors, actually required to connect. So therefore, the connectivity is very important and is a top crucial challenges to make the smart city success. Okay, let me conclude the smart city session today. Okay, the success of the smart city relies on the relationship between public and private sectors. Okay, to create and maintain the data-driven environment that fall outside the local government remit. For example, smart civilian cameras that may need to the input and technology from several companies. Okay, aside from technology used by a smart city, there is also a need for data analysts to access information, okay, by the smart city, so that the problems actually can be addressed and the improvement can be found. So looking forward in Malaysia for the smart city development in aligning with the upcoming 5G. So we hope by next 2025, okay, the smart city can be largely found in Malaysia. All right, so with that, thank you very much to the organizer for having me today to have a short sharing about the smart city. Thank you and stay safe.
Hi, my name is CJ, and today we are going to explore how you can sell at the speed of trust. Not the speed of light, but rather the speed of trust. And here's the reason why. Now, assuming that we all know that asking questions to customers is an important thing to do. Now, you need to find out the customer's needs, and before you sell anything, you know the needs, and then you can actually are able to propose the right solution for the customer. Now, after asking questions though, what if the customer is not responding to your questions? What if, now, instead of giving you a direct answer, the customer just evades your question, or the customer is not really sharing some deeper insights to let you know what the customer is really thinking about? So what do you do in those kinds of situations? Well, before we go into that, my name is CJ. As I said earlier, I'm a bilingual facilitator and consultant in English and Mandarin, and has conducted trainings, coachings, consulting projects for participants all across Asia Pacific region. Right, one of the key things that I've done recently, as you can see behind me, is this book that I've written called Winning the B2B Sale in China. And well, we'll have a little blurb on the book in just a while. So back to the part about building trust with customer. Now, the thing is, why are customers, when you ask questions, why don't they answer your questions? Why are they unwilling to answer our questions? One of the reasons that we found is that people prefer to share information with whom they trust. And the deeper information that you want, the deeper the trust you need. And in fact, if you look at trust, trust plays a big part in relationships. And we can even go forward and say that the basis of all relationships is trust. Whether it's customer, buyer-seller kind of relationship, whether it's parent-child, whether it's husband-wife, or relationship between colleagues, the basis of all kinds of relationships is going to be trust. So, if that is the case, then what is trust, right? Now, before we go into the definition of what trust really is, let's look at trust in a different light. Now, trust is not an on-off switch. It doesn't mean that you have complete trust and then suddenly you don't have trust in something or someone. Trust is more likely to be a magnitude, something that you build gradually over time. So when we say selling to customers at the speed of trust, we're not saying that you are going to have complete and unconditional trust from your customer immediately. Well, eventually, maybe. Immediately, not necessarily. But, however, you can actually take certain steps, certain things you do to build gradual trust with customer. And after all, customers don't have to trust you unconditionally in order to buy from you. Customers just have to trust you enough and buy from you, right? Of course, we can say that the bigger the sale, the bigger the item, the greater the trust is required. Now, with that aside, with the understanding of trust being a magnitude aside, let's look into what is trust actually. So if you want to search online, you probably can search this equation. It's called the trust equation. As simple as that. So trust, in a way, is your credibility, right? Credibility, there are two aspects. One is about, do you tell the truth, right? If someone asks you a question, do you share the truth? Trust, or rather credibility, can also mean, do you know what you're doing? When you give advice, can people count on your advice and do what you suggested? Will it work? So if you know what it's saying, you have credibility. If you tell the truth, you also have credibility. So that's part one. Two is that, are you reliable? You know, when you promise customer that you get something done, do you actually get something done? Are you reliable as a person, or are you reliable to deliver your customers as what you have said you will do? And thirdly, it's about intimacy. It's about how frequent you communicate with the customers, and not just any kind of communication. We're looking at open communication. We're looking at honest communication as well. So the more the customer communicates with you, the more likely the customer is going to trust you a little bit more. Now, we see a big dividing line over there, and it's all divided by self-interest. So if you approach customers with a huge dollar sign on your forehead, if you approach customers with the sole purpose of trying to make the sale, get the money from the customer, and then run away and fulfill your sales quota, well, guess what? The customer is not going to trust you much, right? You're focusing too much on self-interest. I understand as a salesperson, you probably will need to take care of your sales targets, your sales quotas. We all get that. Customers understand that as well. And the thing is, customers also would like to say that, well, yeah, I know you have a sales quota for yourself, but that's your problem. That's your business. My business as a customer is, what are you going to do for me? What problems are you going to help me solve, or how are you going to improve or make my life a little bit better? Right? That is the customer's interest. So you need to focus a little bit more on the customer's interest rather than your own self-interest in order to build our trust. Now, great equation. So how do we then put that into a simple step-by-step way of selling at the speed of trust? How do we build trust with customers in simple step-by-step ways, especially with customers that you don't really know? So here are 4 things you need to know. In fact, 4 steps you need to know about building trust, right? So the first one is about show you care. Like as if it's going to be some rocket science. It's not. So you care for the customers, not just care like how's your day, have you had lunch, not that kind of care. But if you want to show that simple care or more superficial care, that's fine. What I mean is about caring on a deeper level. Care about the results that the customers are getting. Care about how your customers are using a certain product or service or solution, and if there are ways to improve the performance of those products and services or solutions for them. Find out ways that how you can help make your customer achieve a better result or live their life a little bit better. right? It's about caring the customer, and it's not just a superficial sense. It's really caring about the results that the customers are getting, and if you can actually help them improve those results by just a little. Number 2 is about showing you can, of course. Now, you show you care, and I'm sure that there are a lot of people going around saying that I care, but can they deliver? So, as a salesperson, you need to show your customer that you can deliver. You or the products that you're selling or the solutions you're putting together can actually deliver to improve or bring your customers to a better place. Right, showing you can deliver, and showing not only you can deliver, but also you can coordinate with the internal colleagues, with external partners, with all stakeholders to make it happen for the customer as you had promised. Right. So number 2 is show you can. Number 3 is about keeping in touch. We talk about intimacy. Now, there are times when salespeople meet customers, they tend to say, if there is a sale, if I want to sell something, I will visit customers. If the customer is not buying it, well, then I'll leave the customer alone. That may not be a good strategy. You may want to keep in touch with the customers regardless if they're buying or not. I understand that your time is precious. You want to spend your time on customers who are most likely to buy. I get it. But at the same time, what about those customers who may not want to buy now, but may buy 6 months later? Find a way that you can keep in touch without spending too much time, and let the customer know that, hey, I'm still following through with you. I understand it's not the time to buy yet, but at the same time, if you have other concerns or questions or doubts about how to make your life better, getting a better result, no worries. I'm here for you as a sounding board. We can always keep in touch. Number 4, last but not least, it's about keeping your word. If you promise your customers something, please do understand that you need to keep your word so that the customer trusts you more. If you break your word, the customer is going to lose trust in you. So if you are not able to promise anything, please don't make that promise. And I do get it. Sometimes we promise something, and due to unforeseen circumstances, those things may not be able to be delivered. We get it. It happens. So you promise to meet a customer at a certain time and you're stuck in traffic jam. It happens. If those things happen, inform your customers as soon as you can. Let them know that, hey, I couldn't make it on time. The delivery is not going to happen on time. I want you to make you to know it first, and I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that we'll get some result out of it. We will get some information when your delivery is going to happen. I'll keep you posted as soon as I can. That's keeping a word as well. So we talk a lot about empathy. And a lot of times we tend to think that empathy is this fluffy thing that really it's really hard to transcend. Those 4 things I mentioned about building trust with customers, hey, those are ways of showing empathy for the customer. Those are ways of understanding how the customer would like to be treated in order to buy from you, right? Here's a quiz very quickly. Now, when I'm meeting with customers and after exchanging pleasantries, name cards and all that, how would you start the meeting with this new customer? 1, find out what hobbies and interests you have in common with the customer. Number 2, ask probing questions and assess the customer's needs. Number 3, let the customer know the purpose of your meeting and gain agreement on those discussion topics. And number 4, present the solution. To keep the long story short, the best answer is number 3. Let the customer know what is the purpose of the meeting. Does it actually benefit the customer? And if the customer would like to use that topic as a point of discussion, that's showing you care. And from there, if you are smaller, you understand the needs, you show you can, you bring intimacy if you meet a few more times or spend time discussing things that are more in-depth and gain more insights, and hopefully keep your word and not just present the solution, but also deliver the solution as well. Now, Why is that so important? Well, there's a research that shows that the salesperson is now the single largest factor in a customer's buying decision. No other factor, product quality or pricing, equals the impact of a salesperson. They did a survey, they asked customers, what is the key determining factor that customers tend to buy? And 39% of the time, globally, this is a survey of 80,000 customers worldwide. 39% of the time, you are a different salesperson. You are the one that will make the difference between the customer buying or not buying from you. 39% of the time. Not the most of the time, but quite substantial. So what's your key takeaway today? What is it you can learn that you can put it back in place and apply it to your sales and make more sales immediately? Now, before we go, some things that we can actually add to you for free. We have a sales assessment tool, and that assesses on how you sell and what are the strengths and weaknesses you have throughout the sales cycle. Go to the link, enter the code, do the assessment, and we'll give it for you free. We sell to other people for a fee, but because you're part of this ADAPT Convention 2021, it's yours for free. And last but not least, if you're on WeChat, if you work a lot with Chinese customers, you're on WeChat, do use WeChat and scan our QR code. We have updates every week on sales, on management, on leadership, and anything that may be of use for you. You can also see my contact details over there. And I wish you all the best in your sales adventure. See you soon.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, from all around the world. Warmest greetings from the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, a government agency mandated to drive digital transformation towards boosting the digital economy of the country. Agtech is where I originate from. My name is Navin, Sinnathamby, the head of Digital Agtech, sectorial projects and drone tech at Agtech. Again, a warm welcome to everybody to Asia's largest tech convention, the ADAPT International Convention 2021. With a great bunch of speakers, I'm quite sure you guys are having a wonderful time with great insights from speakers all around the world. Without any further ado, let me introduce the topic today, which is actually very close to our heart. Wait, not the heart, but rather the stomach. Why? We are going to talk about the agriculture sector that actually feeds us food. The topic of my presentation today is empowering the agriculture sector with digital agriculture technology adoption, or Agtech to make it simple. Now, everybody here around the world knows that agriculture is a very, very traditional sector. So here at Malaysia, as we got recently hit by the pandemic as we are trying to recover towards a better economic stability. Now, various initiatives are done by government through agencies to drive digital adoption. One of them is the Digital Agtech program. This pilot program was led by Agtech in collaboration with our ecosystem partners, as well as stakeholders, which includes Ministry of Agriculture, LPP, National Farmers Organization, Maori Department of Agriculture, and AgroBank. The list goes on. Yeah. Now, the main reason why we do this pilot program, number one, is to validate technology. So every place you go, people ask you for one common thing, which is the resume, or in a corporate line, a success story, which was what Malaysian companies were finding it tough or a challenge. Why? Great solution, but in terms of success story, it was quite limited. So we wanted to give the success stories. Number two, we wanted to transform the traditional sector, the agriculture sector, into high-tech or technology-empowered digital adoption sector. Third, with, of course, technology in place, with better productivity, this will eventually directly boost the digital economy of the nation. So without any further ado, let's move on to some very, very interesting slides. Yeah. Now, a lot of people ask us, hey, Navin, what is the problem statements across the agriculture sector? Very simple question, right? But trust me, a very complex answer. Rather, why? Every single thing across the entire agriculture sector is a challenge. From water to fertilizer to selling it to packaging it, every single thing is a challenge. However, so people look at a challenge as a pain, but we look at it as a challenge for areas of opportunities for digital adoption. So we at MDEC, we merged, or what we intend, what we are currently already doing in collaboration with our ecosystem partners is to achieve very, very simple directed outcomes. As you see on the screen, increase in productivity, increase participation. Now, by increasing productivity, that will, of course, increase the income of the farmers. Very simple, right? Now, by increasing the income of the farmers, by producing more, we are able to reduce the food imports of the nation. That's very good. Now, by reducing the food import, we are actually going to safeguard or stabilize the economy. Why? Because we spend less on imports. Now, that will eventually enhance your food security and boost the economic growth for the nation. Yep. So again, moving on to a much more interesting slide. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your key takeaway slide. Now, of course, every single presentation, there is a key takeaway slide, right? So this is it. Now, the digital Agtech program by MDEC is also known as e-Ladang in Bahasa Malaysia. Yeah. Now, the whole intention or mission of the program is to do pilot projects to evaluate technology so that this technology can be adopted by farmers at scale towards improving their productivity. Very simple. So if you look at the key outcomes that you see at the bottom of the slide, increase in productivity, increase in yield, increase in farmers' income, reduce operational costs. Very, very directed outcomes, because food security, ladies and gentlemen, starts with a very fundamental term called productivity. So that's what we are targeting. Increase productivity, and then along the line, food security will be addressed better. Right? Now, we do this in terms of a program. Now, what's the difference of a project and a program? A project happens, it's successful, then it potentially comes to a stop before it gets commercialized, right? But a program is something which is scalable and sustainable. Why? We do pilot projects together with our key ecosystem partners, after which MDEC will then monitor and review the results together with the key stakeholders that I mentioned earlier, MAFI, LPP, MARDI, AgroBank, and really the list goes on, yeah, with like-minded leaders across the agriculture sector. After which, we then scale the adoption of this technology across crops, across areas of interest. Now, in agriculture, there's literally broken down to many areas. Yeah. So two key areas is plantation, livestock. So anything in the form of farm, on the ground, plantation, anything which has livestock, aquaculture, chicken, poultry, cattle farming, goat, and all that is under livestock category. Yeah. So plantation, which includes chili, rock melon, pineapple, palm oil, and all that. So that all will be included under plantation side of it. Yeah. So a program, like I said earlier, besides doing the pilots, we also train farmers on how to use technology. Literally, there's no use of doing pilots, getting great results when farmers are not sure how to use the system. So MDEC, what we do together with our partners, we train farmers through what we call digital labs, or the term coined under the national budget for Malaysia is called satellite farms. Yeah, so we work with partners to train farmers on how to use technology, so they are more well-versed, upskilled, reskilled in using technology towards one common goal, improving their productivity towards a better income. Now, this entire program, ladies and gentlemen, is what is the mandate or the mission towards a key outcome first, which is what we call as developing digital economy farmers. So of course, ladies and gentlemen, you had a look at the slide. Now comes the food menu. Obviously, talking about agriculture sector, you need to have a menu, a food menu. For us, we call this a food menu. Why? These are all the pilot projects, collaborative pilot projects that we have done in the span of 2018 right up to 2020, in the span of 4 years. Yeah. So in the span of 4 years, we have done over 10 projects across crops, across states, all over Malaysia, over 1,400 farmers trained as of 2020. So what's happening in 2021? Stay tuned. A lot of great stuff are also happening, which we'll be happy to share a little bit towards the end of the slide. Now, the way you look at this food menu, or I would rather say the digital Agtech adoption menu, is from the left of your screen. So we started the pilot project for chili plantation with 3 different projects. Yeah, started off with the smart fertigation system, Malaysia's first artificial intelligence enabled chili grading system, the smart pest control project, delivered in a state called Selangor in Malaysia. Selangor is Malaysia's largest agricultural state. Yeah. So projects happened, we had good results, very encouraging. Farmers came forward. We started working with a lot with association or corporates and also organizations related to farming. Yeah. Then, based on the great results, we upscaled. We went on to greenhouse, green vegetable project happened in Sarawak. Then moved on to aquaculture. 2 different projects happened for 2 different, I would say, livestocks, right? So one happened for tilapia fish, the other one happened for tiger prawns. So 2 different areas of livestock, 1 technology. Smart poultry, 2 different solutions for 2 different areas, of course, for a single crop, which is chicken poultry. So we did the smart water treatment and the smart environmental poultry condition monitoring. Then we wrapped up 2020 with Pineapple, which was MDEC's first official drone tech project, and we did another project for mixed crops, which is Malaysia's, again, number 1 first artificial intelligence enabled water irrigation system. We wrapped up 2020 in the midst of pandemic with doing our first pilot project for palm oil. Now, you will have 2 questions for me. Number 1, this is great stuff, but how did you pick the crops? Well, we did not. We worked a lot with key stakeholders which actually suggested these crops. These crops were suggested or proposed based on 3 criteria or 3 factors, to make it simple. Number 1, readiness of technology adoption, which crop or which area which was more ready. Number 2, which crop which was more scalable. For example, if you're going to do a project for watermelon and there are only 5 farmers who do watermelon farming, then it's not going to be a scalable project. So projects which are scalable. The last one is in terms of what are we importing, as in that's what we call SSR, self-sufficiency ratio, as in the crops that we intend to pilot should be the crop that we are actually highly dependent on imports. So that is the crop of the focus. Yeah. So 3 factors which was selected by our stakeholders, and then we do project with our ecosystem partners. Then you will actually have a question number 2. Now, so Navin, while that is all great and done, how are the cost effectiveness to farmers? What's the price range and all that? So cost is of course a question that comes into our mind every single time. Yeah. Now, let me tell you the beautiful part about digital technology. Regardless of the land size, 1 acre, 2 acre, 5 acre, 10 acre, the cost of digital technology remains constant. Yeah. For example again, say the cost of a pilot is about 10,000 ringgit for 1 farm. So the perception is if you have 2 acres, it should be 20,000 ringgit. No, you are wrong. Incorrect. Why? The cost of technology remains constant, like I said earlier. So it applies whether it's 5, 10, 1,500. The only cost that will be occurred for the farmers would be additional setup costs, which is extra tanks, extra poly bags, extra pipes. That we call as setup cost, not technology cost. Yeah. So 4 different areas, and again, this is where you will have probably a third question. Of course, just giving an extra tip here. These crops were also selected by areas or scalability sizes, we call it. Smart fertigation, misting as in chili, green vegetable, this is generally for small scale farmers, 1 to 2 acre land size average. Now, aquaculture, poultry, these are livestock categories, which is 2 to 5 acres average land size for a farmer. Pineapple, palm oil, these are the large guys, farmers with 5 acres to tens to hundreds of acres of land. Yeah, so that's another area, another way we segmentize this technology. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to pictures. Of course, you would need to see pictures. Now, why I'm happy or blessed to show pictures, because I'm quite sure all of us who are listening to this presentation would have attended tons of conferences where people talk about what's happening in other countries. Question, what's happening in our own country? For example, what's happening in Malaysia? So this, ladies and gentlemen, is not Google images. These are actual pilot project deployment images with our ecosystem partners. So everything that you see here is what you saw in the digital Agtech food menu that I showed earlier. But I wish to highlight just two things, just to get your interest. Yeah. Number one, let's talk about chili. So Malaysia is quite heavily importing chili too. Yeah. So before technology, the farmers were producing an average of 70% grade A at 9 ringgit, 20% grade B at 6 ringgit, 10% grade C at 3 ringgit. So remember, 70, 20, 10, 9, 6, 3. Yeah, again, that's before tech. With the digital Agtech technology by MDEC and our ecosystem partners, we have seen results which is improvement of quality up to 90% grade A at the same 9 ringgit, 10% grade B at the same 6 ringgit, and no grade C. So 90, 10, same 9, 6. Improvement of drastic quality. Again, you will question me, so what does quality have to do here? Now, for a plantation or a farmer, quality is what determines the price. Price is what determines the income of the farmer. Yeah. So different qualities are sold at different grades. So with our first smart fertigation system introduced under the e-ladang or digital Agtech pilot program, we have seen that result, which is 90% improvement of grade A, 10% grade B. Of course, you will have another question for me that says, so Navin, what's the ringgit value like as an improvement for the farmers? Happy to share, every single farmer who has adopted the smart fertigation system is now able to earn a minimum of 1,700 ringgit extra every month per acre. Now, to a farmer, that is a very, very encouraging outcome, because why? That will eventually or impactfully improve his livelihood towards the betterment. Yeah. Now, that's one. Of course, speaking about chili, you have to talk about chicken. Yeah. Now, why chicken? Me being a foodie, chicken is something that is close to most of us, right? So chicken, generally after 35 hours days, chicken is then taken onto a lorry, ready to be sent to the butchery houses to be sold off to KFCs, Ayamas, Nando's, Kenny Rogers, and all that. Yeah, the entire list. But that's now without technology, average bird weight was 1.8 kilo. So which means 1 hour cycle, average bird weight 1.8 kilo. Now for you all to know, that's interesting stuff. Now with technology, the smart water control monitoring and the environmental control monitoring, we have seen improvement of bird weight up to 2.2 kilogram. So if you do the math, that's about 400 grams. Again, you will have a question, come on, Navin, 400 grams, that's equivalent to a size of 10 packet of lollipops, maybe. True, very, very true. But livestock, it's a volume game. So if you do the math, 400 grams is almost equivalent to 2 ringgit per bird. 2 ringgit per bird, you times it with 20,000 or 50,000 birds in the entire barn. Now that's the additional income of 50 to 100,000 ringgit extra that the farmer is able to get with the infusion of digital Agtech. Yeah, so the great results. So in general, we have seen improvement of income, quality, productivity by 20%, reduction of operational costs by 30%. So for example, when it's raining in your farm and you are practically vacationing in another site, good part is you will know that with rain, you don't need to water, number one. Number two, you do not need to be in the farm physically for you to monitor, control, turn on, turn off switches, water valves, or pressure pumps. You are now able to remotely control your farm through digital Agtech solutions, which are widely available and validated. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next slide, which is the second last slide that I have for you all today. Now, of course, we cannot do this alone, right? So every single day, as we all go through challenges, as we recover from the pandemic stage to now moving on to the endemic stage, we are still bumped with challenges. Digital before this probably is a option, right? Now it's more rather of a necessity. Every single thing has moved on digital. From marriages, I know some of you are actually laughing, but yes, it is right. From marriages to MOU signings to project deployments to classroom trainings is now all online. Whether it's possible or not, definitely possible. However, the word there is digital adoption has become very, very crucial. And as I mentioned, one of the most impacted community by the pandemic was the farmers. I have got calls from farmers that said, hey Navin, I do not know how to water my plants. My plants are all getting destroyed and I'm not able to get any income to buy milk powder for my baby. For those who are listening, this is actually real stories. This is real-time stories. Yeah. So at MDEC, we really wanted to improve the livelihood of the many with digital adoption. So what we did, based on the pilot projects, this year we have actually gone out actively started approaching the banks. We have signed MOUs with two different banks, which is CIMB Islamic and Bank Pembangunan, who are now gladly offering microfinancing and financial services to farmers to adopt the validated solutions by MDEC and our ecosystem partners. Yeah, but again, stay tuned. We do have another two MOUs happening very, very soon. The reason why, yes, while the technology portion has already been addressed or being addressed right now, one portion that is required to be addressed is the funding part of it, right? That's why MDEC has proactively started approaching the banks. Two banks have been onboarded, another two banks are waiting to be onboarded. And all this is for us to help farmers to adopt more and more validated technology solutions through the e-Ladang program, so that eventually, end of the day, they are able to increase productivity and improve their livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the recent announcement by the Honorable Prime Minister, now under the National Recovery Plan called PERMOLE, the logo that you see on the bottom right side, left side of the screen. So the Agtech or Digital Agtech or e-Ladang program was officially announced as a national program to help farmers to recover through digital adoption. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do this alone. Collaboratively, we are very, very keen to work with every single entity out there, every single farmer out there, to understand your problem statements, to infuse digital technology into farming so that you can enjoy a better increased productivity. Better productivity means better income. Better income means better economy. Through digital adoption is what we boost the digital economy of the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the last slide that I have, like I said, again, just to reiterate what I said, a tagline rather, but a tagline which is very, very close to our heart at MDEC. For us to help the many, we need to reach out the many. And for us to reach out the many, we need to work with the many, including every single one who's actually listening to this presentation session. And the main reason we collaboratively work towards digital agriculture technology adoption is for us to help the many farmers out there. So signing off from you, again, thank you so much to the esteemed organizers for giving us an opportunity to share a little bit more of the Digital Agtech or e-Ladang pilot program by MDEC. The website is there at your screen, on the right in the middle of the D symbol, the digital symbol, https at mdec.my/e-Ladang. You can also contact us or drop us an email anytime at click@mdec.com.my. Happy to listen to your challenges, happy to collaborate towards improving the livelihood of the many across the nation. Thank you so much. Stay safe. I know you hear this every single day, but please stay safe. So there is a tagline. by Asia. I'm honored to quote this, says, let's fly with us. But we at Agtech, what we are saying through our e-ladang program, let's start farming digitally. Digital adoption towards empowering the tagline that we have, Saya Digital. Thank you so much. Signing off from you, Navin Sinnathamby from the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, Agtech. Thank you.
Hello, hello, and it's time for the grand prize of the lucky draw question. Answer this. Which country does Juwai.com originate from? Scan the QR code and submit your answer, and I hope you win the grand prize.
This is a brand new story, a time for love to reach out, to heal, to be set free.
This is a turning moment, new challenges we'll face together. It's time to rise.
Open your eyes and look up to the sky.
Open your mind and you will be free.
Just be yourself and always know that I'll be here.
I'll never let you go, I'll never let you down, and I won't let you walk down this road alone. I'll never let you go, I'll never let you down, and I won't let you walk all alone. Give your hand to me, look ahead and see there is hope that's right through that door.
Challenge and uncertainty, I'll hold your hands. This is the oath I've taken, a promise never broken for life, for you and I. Open your eyes and look up to the sky.
Open your mind and you will be free.
Just be yourself, and always know that I'll to reach out, to heal, to be set free.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of day 3 of the ADAPT International Convention 2021. I hope you guys have learned a lot from all of our amazing speakers, but we still have one more day to go. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow, fresher, stronger, and more motivated for day 4. Goodbye.